Morning, Mr. Commissioner.
Morning.
I'd like to open today with a land acknowledgement. I open this week's proceedings with acknowledging that the city of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which is an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that the land on which Hamilton sits is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase, 1792, between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Many of the council appearing on this hearing today are in Toronto, which is on the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and most recently, the Mississaugas of the Credit River. Today, this meeting place is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and I am grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, we're proceeding with Mr. Moore's examination. Of course, he was sworn last day. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Moore.
Good morning.
Last day we were talking about the friction testing that you requested. Registrar, can you pull up OD6, page 60, paragraph 151? Thank you. And just so that we can ensure that our tech is working, can you also pull up one, if you can also pull up the next page, 61? Can you see both of those pages? They're not obscured by your video?
Yes, I can.
Great. Registrar, if you can call out paragraph 151, please. On September 30th, and this is after the rainstorms that we spoke about, you wrote to Mr. McClellan, Mr. Scheinel, Mr. White, Mr. Mader, and Mr. Lupton, and said, as part of the ongoing pavement monitoring for asset management purposes, we'll have skid resistance testing completed on both the Link and the Red Hill. Just stopping there, did you at this point understand that skid resistance testing was for ongoing asset management purposes?
I believe so, yes.
So in addition to any risk analysis, it would also be used for asset management purposes, whatever those might be.
I believe that's what I implied in my email. I don't know about the risk analysis, but for the asset management purposes, yes.
Okay. You said there's a standard by which we can report on the relative level of resistance and by which we can gauge the performance of each mix and road surface. So this is September 2013. What did you mean by there is a standard? What standard are you referring to?
I believe I was under the impression that there was some standard that the MTO had from the information we received from them from the initial information we received in 207. That I received from Golder, that it was good and it was above what they would normally get.
Okay. So that it was above what the MTO typically would see. You understood that there was some standard by which the MTO was assessing to be able to make that statement to Dr. Zarowski, who then provided it to you.
Well, I wasn't aware of the standard, but I think I implied that there must have been something that they compared it to. I don't know whether it was an internal thing or what it was, but I'm not sure.
You said you think you implied that. You mean in this email you think you implied that?
From Golder's email that was reporting the initial comparison of our measurement or their measurement of our roadway.
Okay. And you go on to say this should be sufficient for any due diligence required, eliminating the ought to have knowns as well as dealing with the quote, we think it was slippery issues. So again, this just to bring you back was after the rainstorms and after Mr. McClellan said lawyers love ought to have known. Ought to have knowns. Was that due diligence reference in respect of Mr. McClellan's comments about assessing the ought to have knowns?
Yes. I mean, from my own I thought we were simply being proactive because I couldn't think of anything else that we in engineering services could do to address that.
Okay. When you directed Golder to have friction testing conducted, did you ask him or suggest to him that he coordinate his work with SEMA?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Last day we went through that SEMA had just put in friction testing recommendations in its draft 2013 report. Did you turn your mind to that at the time?
I don't believe I did. I don't recall linking the SEMA report to this request. I believe this request was simply in response to John McClellan's email about the ought to have. I didn't have any other information, that would lead me to link the two.
Okay. And recall that that email from Mr. McClellan came from a series of emails that started with these significant September rainstorms and a number of collisions on the Red Hill. Did you turn your mind to the fact that SEMA had identified higher than expected rates of wet weather conditions when you directed Dr. Zarowski to complete the friction testing?
I don't believe so. I think at the time, both risk and traffic weren't aware of any large number of accidents or any accidents related to slipperiness. So I don't, again, I thought this was simply proactive, not in response to anything that was happening out there. Even the initial indications was that it was speed, not road conditions.
Mr. Moore, that wasn't my question. My question was, did you turn your mind to the fact that SEMA had identified higher than expected rates of wet weather conditions when you directed Dr. Zarowski to complete friction testing?
No.
Did you advise Dr. Zarowski that SEMA had identified areas of the Red Hill with higher than expected rates of wet weather collisions?
No.
Dr. Rosowski testified that this information would have been helpful to his understanding of the macro texture on the pavement. Did you turn your mind to the connection between macro texture and wet weather conditions at the time?
No, because none of the indication, the date had indicated that they were linked.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and open up and call out 153, please? And you'll have to go over both pages. Chris Jacobson, in reply, asked if he could piggyback on the skid resistance testing that you had communicated that you would have done, and asked if there was a firm to do skid resistance testing on some crosswalks that were being painted in an intersection, so not on the Red Hill, elsewhere. And you recall that you did ask Golder to include this testing within its friction testing assignment.
I do recall that.
And in the end, you learned from Golder that it wasn't possible to get usable data on of friction values from the intersections. Is that right?
That was my understanding.
Can you close this down? Thank you. And if you can go to the next page, please, 62 and 63. And if you can call up page 59, please. Pardon me, I think I said page, I meant paragraph 159. And if you can call up the excerpt on page 63 as well, please. Thank you. So Mr. Moore, this will come up shortly. This is an email exchange between Mr. Lupton, Mr. White, and Mr. Ferguson in mid-October of 2013. And you'll see at the back and forth, GL is Mr. Lupton on the top call out. And he's asking Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson to summarize the actions that they're going to put in the staff report and how they propose to proceed. And he says, I'd like to get a sense of this before we arm wrestle Gary. Do you recall in this period of time, this is October, any invitation from the traffic engineering staff to meet with you to discuss any concerns you had, any things you were not pleased with about the 2013 SEMA report?
I don't specifically. I don't know whether I've seen the report at that time, or I don't recall whether I did or not.
Okay. Mr. Ferguson goes on to say the report will be proposed. I'm going to try to rephrase the grammar here. The report will propose a phased approach, essentially doing the easy items first with an evaluation to be completed after 1 year to determine if they worked. Do you recall at any time before the staff report was completed that you came to understand that it was going to be a phased approach to the items from the SEMA report?
I don't believe I did. I don't know whether I've seen the report or not.
I was asking about your understanding rather than the report.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't recall, because I don't recall whether I know I don't recall being involved in the development of the report. So therefore I don't recall being aware of this or not. I don't think I was.
Okay. You'll see under MW, that's Mr. White. And he says in the second and third line, we have to resolve that matter now. So that's about a separate safety review. Let's chat early in week before the meeting with Gary Moore. Does that refresh your memory about a planned meeting with traffic engineering staff and you?
No.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down? And can you go to the next 2 pages, 64 and 65, and pull up 163, please? Thank you. And Registrar, you only have to pull up the first paragraph of 165. Thanks you. So this is an email from Mr. Lupton to Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White. You're not copied. And he's giving direction about the nature of the report, the staff report and its contents. And at the very bottom of this under 4.2, there's a referencing to timing, weather permitting, completion in the spring of 2014. And then over to the second call out, he says, did Gary agree to the frictionless piece? I think that is a typo, and it should be friction testing piece or even just the friction piece. Do you recall meeting with Mr. Lupton, Mr. Ferguson, or Mr. White in which they raised the issue of friction testing and sought your consent to include it?
I don't recall them meeting, but I don't know why they would be seeking my blessing or approval to do anything within their report.
Okay, so if they just included the friction testing recommendation in the report, did you understand that it would be engineering services who would have to implement that recommendation?
I don't believe so at this time. I don't know whether I've been asked. I don't recall.
My question was, did you understand that if this recommendation was in the staff report, that it would be engineering services who would have to implement the recommendation?
I don't recall seeing the recommendation or being or any meeting. So I don't know that I would understand that it was going to be my or engineering services responsibility.
Okay. As a matter of the different divisions within public works, did you understand that engineering services was the division that would have conducted friction testing if there was any recommendation for friction testing?
Well, I don't know that that's correct. We had done friction testing. We had taken that on, but there's nothing in anybody's responsibility list that says you are the friction testing people. So that's not necessarily the case. If traffic had written it and said they're going to oversee it because it's part of the rest of the measures and that they're doing, then that would have been quite acceptable as well.
That would have been acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and go to page 70, please? And if you can pull out 176 once you get there. So this is confusing, and I'm hoping to get your help, Mr. Moore. Mr. Lupton sent Mr. White and you and Mr. Ferguson a calendar invitation with the subject line canceled, RHVP safety review, internal discussions. And then the body of the invite says revised location of meeting. Do you recall meeting with Mr. Lupton and or Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson on October 28th?
I don't recall that any specific meeting in that regard. No.
Okay. Can you close this at register and go to the next paragraph, please, and call that out? 177. On that day, Mr. Lupton emailed Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson to update them on a conversation that he had with Gary, which I think is you. Can you review this and say if it refreshes your memory about whether you met with Mr. Lupton on October 28th?
I remember Jeff coming to my office and us talking about something, but I don't recall what it was specifically, or even if it was at that time in that regard.
Okay. Do you recall having a meeting with Mr. Lupton that was about the Red Hill in 2013?
I don't recall anything specific in that regard.
Okay. Mr. Lupton, did he convey to you on October 28 that the plan was to do a phased approach that would defer the lighting installation on the ramps for a year to see if other countermeasures were successful?
Before, again, I don't recall any specific discussions with Jeff at that time or at all.
Okay. Mr. Lupton reports that you said it is not uncommon to get an FOI for these type of things, and that you suggested that we manage the final version of the report to reflect what we are saying. What did you mean, manage the final version of the report to reflect what we are saying, if indeed you made those comments?
Again, station report. Station report somewhere. I don't recall the discussion with Jeff. But I mean, it doesn't sound like that there's anything wrong with that message.
Okay, so your evidence is that you would not have had any issue with suggesting to Mr. Lupton that the city go back and suggest that the CMA report mirror the staff report. Is that right?
It's always good to have consistency amongst the reports. I mean, unless there's some major differential between what the consultant's recommending and what staff's carrying forward with, but for consistency and just good practice, it's good to make sure that they're consistent in their message.
Okay. Does it sound like you to raise the issue of the potential to get an FOI? Does that sound like something you would say?
Have I said something like that in the past? Possibly. Did I say it in this regard? I can't recall.
Okay. Why would you care about the possibility that there could be an FOI in respect of the 2013 CMA report or the staff report?
I don't know that I said it, and I don't know what the context was of our discussion with Jeff. So I mean, these are Jeff's words. You'd have to ask to him what the context of that was and what he was explaining to Martin and Dave.
Okay, so Mr. Lupton appears to be attributing to you a notion that a consultant's report should be modified to reflect the staff report so they mirror each other in case a consultant's report is produced as part of an FOI. Did you hold that view in 2013?
I don't know. I don't know. In 2013, I couldn't say for sure. Again, whether it's an FOI or council or committee or providing it to anyone, it's just good practice to not have I'm looking for the word discrepancies between the two reports.
Okay. In your view, is it more appropriate that a staff report be modified to be consistent with a consultant report rather than the reverse?
Well, I don't know to the extent at which he was referring. If it's the staff report that's going to go to council. If the suggestions were made to the consultant that this is the way we're going to go forward, and we'd like you to modify your report to be consistent with that, if they didn't like that, then I would expect that consultant to retain their position. And then we would have to explain, staff report would have to explain the difference between the two.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to stop here and really move forward in time. Mr. Moore, we are going to talk a fair bit today and over the coming days about the Tradewin report and the Golder report. Because we're on the topic of FOIs, did you ever provide the Tradewin report or the Golder report to anyone at the city for the purposes of a response to an FOI?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
I don't know whether one was requested under an FOI while I was there.
Okay, and to your recollection, did you ever receive an FOI for which the Tradewin report or the Golder report would have been responsive?
I don't believe so, or we would have provided it under that regard.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. So we're in the November 2013, that's the Public Works Committee meeting. You did not attend the portion of the meeting in which the committee received the staff report related to the 2013 SEMA report, did you?
I don't know.
Okay, do you have any recollection of attending?
I don't have, I mean, I attended a lot of those meetings in my time. So, I mean, a specific meeting I couldn't recall, no.
Okay, well, we'll go through it shortly, but it looks like after the fact, you have an email exchange with Mr. Lepton where you say, what did the committee not understand? It certainly left me with the impression that you didn't attend at the time. So just going back in your mind, and we do have a video. I don't want to have to spend the time to take you to it. I don't see you on the video. So sitting here today, can you refresh your memory about whether you attended that particular Public Works Committee meeting?
Again, I don't recall. I wouldn't know unless I take your word for it that I didn't attend.
Okay. Did you review a copy of the final staff report before it was sent to the Public Works Committee?
It's possible, but I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up RHV 668, please? Would it have been your practice to review staff reports that were going to committee, especially where you had discussions with other staff about the staff report?
Not necessarily. If I'd been asked, I mean, I had no responsibility under this report. I believe, I mean, it was done by traffic, and they asked I believe they asked for my input at one time, given the information here that they said, Gary said. So, I mean, I must have reviewed part of it, but I don't know that I would respond or review the final in any regard.
Okay. You said yesterday that you had an interest in maintaining the Red Hill even after you took on the director of engineering role. This is a report that's about the Red Hill. Did you have a practice of reviewing reports that touched on the Red Hill?
My interest was in the condition of the Red Hill. There's lots of operational stuff that took part out there. There would be snow plowing reports and other operational type reports that I wouldn't have that much of an interest in.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up the first 2 pages of this, please? Just before I go into the document, is there a practice within Public Works, or sorry, was there at the time in 2013, by which actionable items coming out of an information report would be allocated amongst various divisions that have responsibility?
Can you give me that again? I'm not sure.
Sure, I can try to say it differently. So this is an information report.
Right.
Was there a practice within Public Works that after an information report went to, in this case, Public Works, and there was some actionable items coming out of it, was there some practice to ensure that those actionable items were allocated to divisions within Public Works?
I don't know that there was a practice or a policy. If I'd have written an information report that was going to bind another section, I'd have had discussions with them and got buy-in before it went. I don't know whether that was the case here or not.
Okay, well, what about after the fact? That's my question. Coming out of the Public Works Committee meeting.
If council accepts the report and the general manager has signed off on the report, and then whoever needs to do what is going to be directed by the general manager.
Okay, and was there some sort of process by which at this point Mr. Davis was saying, here's the list of actionable items and here's the allocation amongst the divisions? I suspect not, from what I hear about Mr. Davis's managerial style.
Typically, that type of thing would have been handled through his admin, whether it was an information report or an action report. You would typically get an email, whether it was, this has been approved, you're now required to do this, or this is on the to-do list for something in the future. Jerry had lots of other stuff to do rather than respond to administrative stuff.
Okay, thank you. Pulling at the second full paragraph of image 2, please. Sorry, the next paragraph down, the second full paragraph. Thank you. Were you aware that traffic staff who had submitted this report had committed to, and this is the very last line, review further countermeasures such as friction testing with construction engineering? I'm sorry, I should be more specific. Were you aware coming out of the Public Works Committee meeting on November 13th of this commitment?
I don't recall specifically, but I don't recall the other recommendations, either of the cat's eyes or the additional pavement markings at this time. So it's, I would say it's unlikely that I knew at that point in time either.
Okay. To your knowledge, did traffic staff review the friction testing countermeasure with construction engineering after November 2013?
Well, it's difficult to tell because I'm not quite sure who construction engineering is. If they meant engineering services our group, or construction engineering, the division within our group. I'm not quite sure who they were talking to, but I don't recall any specific discussion.
You don't recall knowing about any specific discussion?
Or being included in any specific discussion.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this call out down and go to image 5? And if you can call out the bottom half of this under ramp 6. Mr. Moore, one of the items in the countermeasures was to install high friction pavement approaching and through the curve. See that sort of in the middle on the second line. Were you aware that this was an actionable item coming out of the Public Works Committee meeting?
Seeing it now, I don't believe I was, because it's already a high friction pavement, so I would have likely questioned it at the time on what they were specifically talking about. So I'm not quite sure what. It's unlikely that I was aware.
Okay. We talked a little bit yesterday about how engineering services works. Would the implementation of this countermeasure follow the capital works process that we discussed yesterday? That is, goes to asset management, then design, then construction, involving geomatics as necessary?
It's possible. Sometimes that's included in capital works if we're going out there to do another project. Something specific such as this may be not on the main capital budget, but as a special project that may or may not be incorporated in that fashion.
Okay. The inquiry has not received any document to suggest that you or anyone in engineering services ever considered whether to implement this recommendation, when to do it, or exactly what should be done, nor any documents to suggest that it was done coming out of the 2013 report during your tenure as Director of Engineering Services. Do you have any evidence to the contrary?
I don't believe I do. I don't recall any other paving that was done out there in that regard.
Thank you. You can close this down. And if you can go back to image 2, please. And if you can call it the second to last paragraph. So this is that phased approach I was talking about to defer installation of new roadway lighting. If this recommendation had in fact been recommended for immediate implementation, it would have been engineering services who would have been responsible for the installation of lighting. Is that right?
Had this been a recommendation report, I would have thought that specific recommendations for the type of lighting would need to have been identified, as well as a budget. Had that been the case, then it's something that we could have implemented.
So my question was specific, and perhaps I didn't ask it well. So
right.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but just so that
Yep, sure.
So because I fear I wasn't clear.
Okay.
In terms of the divisions within Public Works who would have been responsible for the installation of lighting, that would have been engineering services if that project was going ahead. Is that right?
Had a fully identified project been identified and budgeted, engineering services would have been the ones to carry it out.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down, and if you can go pull out HAM 4339, please. And if you can go to the next image, please. And if you can pull up Ms. Cameron's email in the middle. So Ms. Cameron circulates the outstanding business list that staff are directed to report back respecting the lighting aspects of the improvements. Were you aware before you received this notice that the Public Works Committee had put this issue on the outstanding business list?
I don't believe so. I don't recall specifically, that being outstanding. I think that's why Diana let us know she would monitor that type of thing, or be told by the general manager's office it was on the list as a reminder.
Okay, so that suggests to me that you didn't attend the Public Works Committee meeting where this occurred. Do you agree with? I agree logically that would flow.
We would get these whether I attended the meeting or not.
Okay, I'm going to close this down, registrar, and go to open up, call it Mr. Moore's email at the top.
Mr. Commissioner, I'm sorry to interrupt, and perhaps before carrying on with this this email, there was a question that Ms. Lawrence put to the witness a few moments ago, about whether the inquiry had no information regarding the implementation, and I don't believe that that's correct, of the countermeasure relating to high friction pavement. And I just wanted to make sure that we didn't pass over that in light of the suggestion that there was no information before the inquiry in relation to that.
Okay. If you feel that there is something there, I would ask you to do two things. First of all, during the break, provide it to Commission Counsel. And if you feel that whatever she does with it is not satisfactory, then of course you're free to raise it on your examination of this witness.
Thank you. I'll do that at the break. I just didn't want to lose sight of it in light of the.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Let's proceed.
Thank you.
Mr. Moore, you respond to Mr. Left and Mr. White and Mr. Mader, and you say, what part of, and I'm just going to summarize for a moment, what part of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 did the committee not get? So you have 5 points here. Take a look at this and read it. Do you agree you were expressing frustration at the committee's decision to keep the issue of lighting on the OBL list?
Yes, I would agree with that.
That you had quite a strong view that council and the committee should not be considering any changes to lighting?
No, just the fact that we've done it over and over and over, what I felt was a repetitive response. I believe at that time.
Okay, but apart from the 2013 SEMA report, there hadn't been any analysis about the potential benefits of increasing or improving lighting, right?
I don't think that was my point. The fact that the environmental assessment had approved decision point lighting, as well as the rest of the project is what we built. I mean, so I mean that's what I believe I was referring to here.
Okay, and you had quite a strong view that given your understanding of the environmental assessment approval of decision point lighting, that was the lighting that existed on the Red Hill, and that there shouldn't be further time or resources to try to change that. Did you hold that view at the time?
I don't know if it was a strong view or not. I had expressed the view several times that regardless of what you assess as need, without revisiting the EA and taking that into account, you were, if you weren't prepared to do that, then you weren't, you could do all the assessment that you want, but it's not, until you're prepared to revisit the EA, it's going to be an uphill battle and not going to be, not approved, not going to be implemented without that.
Did you express that view that you just set out just now to Mr. Malone during your call in June 2013?
I don't recall it specifically, but I was pretty consistent in anybody that asked about that in that regard.
Okay, you say we shouldn't be talking about potential improvements that give any claimants more ammunition. Do you agree that if there is a countermeasure that might improve safety, that staff should provide analysis of the benefits and costs of that countermeasure to the PwC?
Yes, we should be.
You're not suggesting that the city should decline to put measures to improve safety in place because doing so might reveal a safety issue that could expose the city to liability, are you?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay. And it's ultimately the committee and then council's decision to decide whether to put in place countermeasures that might expose the city to liability. Do you agree with that?
It's incumbent upon staff to give recommendations that can be implemented and not just give them a list of possible things that, you know, are on a laundry list of things that might be done without a thorough analysis of available approvals and implementation and costs and benefits. So without all that analysis, it's we shouldn't be just giving possible things out of hand.
Okay. Just so that I have your evidence, had you reviewed the SEMA report at this point, to your recollection?
From our comment here, my comment here, did we get SEMA to finalize? I would say no, I didn't see the final report.
I meant more generally. At this period of time, we're December of 2013. Had you reviewed the SEMA report?
I believe I had seen it in some fashion, but I don't know whether I had thoroughly examined the report.
Okay. Can you close this down and go to image 1, please? And if you can pull out the email exchanges between Mr. Moore and Mr. Lepton, that, in fact, Mr. Moore, can you review this if we don't pull out? Is the font big enough?
Yes. I mean, is there something from before this, or is this the?
No, this is the follow-on of the email.
Oh, okay.
From your email.
Good.
So, Mr.
I'm just not sure what the referral of good plan is, but.
Well, we'll go up because it's from the bottom up. So on the bottom, Mr. Lepton says yes to items 1 through 5, the items that we just looked at, the 5 things you asked.
Oh, I see. Okay.
What didn't the committee understand? He asked, did you review the info report? And he says, we did our best to discourage it. And you say they don't want a report in a year. They want a report on, they want another report just on lighting now. So you understood they want another report on lighting because of the outstanding business list?
Yeah, I think there was some confusion on what they exactly wanted.
Okay. Mr. Lepton says you can lead a horse to water. We tried. And you said, I just shoot the horse. So as I read this metaphor, Mr. Lepton is saying that the committee is the horse who won't follow Mr. Lepton's suggestions. And it seems that in response, you're saying if the committee won't come along with staff reports, you wouldn't permit them the opportunity to come along. So I'm certainly not going to try to maintain this metaphor. But my question is, it appears you're frustrated with the outcome here. If you had been lead on this report, what would you have done differently to achieve the outcome that you thought would be preferable?
I can't even begin to think of all the steps that, I might have done, but I don't know. At this time, I don't, without the full report in front of me and knowing the context of everything that would happen and being involved all the way through, I don't know what I would have done.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and pull out OD6, page 77, please? And if you can pull out 195. Actually, it might be better to go into the actual document. Can you close this column and go into GOL 2647? So you'll see at the bottom of this email exchange, Dr. Uzarewski emails you and says that the price to carry out friction testing and prepare a short memo is $8,000. And that's for the Red Hill, the link, and the crosswalks. And then you respond and you copy in some folks and you say this acceptable, please proceed. You ask Diana to prepare a purchase order, and then you copy in Marco, Rich, and Martin. And say that Golder's going to do this, so they need traffic control. So I understand that Mr. Shabib Rich is a corridor management person, so involved in traffic control coordination. Is that right?
That's correct. If I recall, Rich coordinated lane closures and that type of things.
Were you keeping Mr. White in the loop based on the fact that this friction testing that you have approved was following from the September rainstorms and the back and forth with him and Mr. McClellan?
In this memo, I believe I was just letting him know because of the traffic control coordination that needed to be done. I don't recall whether I was doing it as a double reason. I can't recall this time.
Registrar, can you close this document down and go back into OD6 83, please? And can you pull up 216? So this is January 7th. The testing was done in late 2013. And we know by the end of January, you receive further information about the testing. So kind of in the middle of those 2 points, January 7th. And Dr. Henderson from Golder is following up with Tradewind, who has conducted the friction testing, asking for the results. And he says, the client was starting to bug me. Do you recall following up with Dr. Henderson or anyone else at Golder about the status of these friction test results?
Specifically, I don't recall.
That's fine. Was there any particular date by which you were expecting to get the friction test results?
I believe I was expecting them as part of the overall 5-year, 6-year review, and I don't recall at this time what the timeline of that was. I think I was expecting it sooner than this, but I don't specifically recall bugging them as she refers specifically for these, but
Okay. You approved the proposal, the $8,000 quote on November 19, 2013. Did you expect a turnaround within sort of 2 months?
It seems to me that I thought it had to be done before winter so that it was going to be done right away.
Okay, and it was.
And so that I was expecting results in that regard, but I don't remember a specific timeline for it.
Okay. Stepping away from these friction results and stepping away from this period of time, just more generally, in your experience with Golder and with Dr. Uzarowski up to this point, did you find that you had to chase him for work as a matter of course?
I wouldn't use the term chase. Remind that, I had been expecting things.
Okay.
I understood Ludimir was very, very busy guy and other things. And yes, sometimes it took that reminder that things were outstanding and sometimes more than one reminder.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and go to page 87, please? And if you can call out 230 and 231. So this is January 24th. I received a message from my client this morning. He needs the friction test results. This morning he has a meeting with the management to discuss the pavement issue. And then shortly thereafter, he sends another message to Tradewind. My client needs a comparison of friction numbers from 2007 to 2013. I've summarized to 2007, but I need the numbers from 2013. That's what Tradewind is working on. He needs a summary before noon. Can you close this out? Did you ask for these the friction test results on January 24th?
I don't recall whether I.
Did you have it? Did you have a meeting with? Sorry. Did you have a meeting with management to discuss the pavement issue on January 24th?
I don't recall any meeting in that regard. I don't know what it would be about or who it would be with. I don't even remember a sense of a meeting in that regard. So
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Are you done?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We found an email from January 24th that Susan Jacobs was acting in your absence as director. Registrar, could you bring that up? It's HAM 62857. And this is 10:28 in the morning. I understand I am acting in Gary's absence. However, I will be offsite this morning. Chris is also offsite for training. And Diana says, I don't see anything major happening. Does that assist you at all in whether you had a meeting with management?
If I'm not in and Susan's acting, it's unlikely that I was at a meeting or being required at a meeting.
You wouldn't have a meeting and then designate someone as acting. Maybe I'll put it this way, just because you're in a meeting doesn't mean that someone else has to take on the acting director role, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to suggest to you that you didn't have a meeting with management and that you were asking for these results so that you could pass them on to an industry colleague, Tom Dzienko. I may be mispronouncing his name, from ACON. Do you think that that's right?
From the correspondence I've seen during this, I believe that's a likely scenario.
Okay. on January 23, the day before, you attended a charity event in Toronto as Tom's guest. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had so you went to the event and then you had drinks with him after. Is that right?
I believe so.
After that, did you get back to Hamilton or did you stay the night in Toronto?
It's very possible I stayed over in Toronto.
Okay. Do you know if the 24th was a planned day out of the office or an unplanned day out of the office?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
At this time.
On that evening at that charity event, did you discuss with Mr. Zhenko how the stone mastic asphalt was holding up?
I don't recall specifically a discussion in that regard. I mean, typically when Tom and I got together, we did talk about all things asphalt. I mean, that's what we did. So what he was doing, what I was doing is typically what would occur during that meeting. So specifically, I can't recall.
Okay. Do you recall him asking you for friction test results because he was doing a presentation and wanted to include them?
I believe I'm going to see correspondence in that regard that I sent him that information. So I believe that's correct.
Okay. You didn't just send it unsolicited, right?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. You can close this down, registrar, and if you can go to GOL 2657. And if you can blow this out, just the entire thing of the just so that that's perfect. Thank you, registrar. So you did receive at 11:45 for that noon deadline an email from Dr. Uzrowski to you and copied to Dr. Henderson. And he says, immediately following construction on the Red Hill in 2007, the MTO performed friction tests and provided a table of those MTO friction tests. And then the next paragraph is in 2013, the friction numbers were measured on the Red Hill in both directions by Tradewind Scientific using a grip tester. And then he provides the average FN numbers. And in addition, the third paragraph in Ontario, and am I right that your peer, Mr. Dzenko, who we were just talking about, was actually an author on that last paper. Do you recall that?
That Tom was an author on that paper. Yes.
This email also encloses some spreadsheets. Registrar, could you leave this up, but in the next image, pull up GOL 2658. Thank you. So this is from the MTO. Do you remember receiving this and noting that it was the 2007 results?
I know I've seen this. I'm not sure whether I've seen it immediately in 207, but I'm more specifically recall the summary numbers. So I'm not, I have seen that before.
Okay. I'm not going to pull out the other, there's another spreadsheet and then there's that paper. There are also attachments. At the time when you received this email, and very specifically at that time, not what you know now, given the way that that the information was presented to you, did you take away from this email that the average friction numbers from 2007 were comparable to the average friction numbers collected in 2013?
I believe so. I had no reason to. I mean, they're presented here as comparable numbers. I mean, that was my understanding.
Okay. It says that, and actually, Registrar, you can close down image 2. It says that the friction numbers in 2013 were measured by Tradewind Scientific. Were you aware before you received this email that it was Tradewind Scientific who completed the friction testing in 2013?
I don't believe I was. I don't believe I knew that it was Tradewind or a grip tester before seeing this, because I don't recall getting anything prior to any results prior to this.
Not results, but just that it was Tradewind, that was the name of the company who did this work.
I don't remember seeing any other correspondence that indicated that. So I don't know that I would know.
Okay. At the time, did you understand the usefulness of an average friction number as an indicator of friction levels? Actually, maybe I can rephrase that. What did you understand, if anything, was the usefulness of an average friction number as an indicator of friction levels?
I mean, from the information that I'd received, and I believe that it was, I believe it was the average friction number you were looking for. I wasn't sure that there was anything else that was relevant, whether there was individual numbers. I mean, there's a range in numbers, and then average is provided for the other. So I don't know what else I could conceive other than it's the average number that's applicable.
Okay. There's a fair bit of variability in the numbers that, looking at the MTO chart, that produce the average friction numbers. For example, southbound lane 1 is 28.1 to 36.5. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Do you recall if you paid any attention to the range of data that was set out in this table?
I don't believe so. I don't recall being provided any sensitivity, numbers within 3 or 4 or 2 of the average are good or not. So I didn't have any sense of the sensitivity on the range of numbers. No.
Okay. We spoke last day about your filing system. Did you save this email when you received it, or did you delete it?
Oh, it's likely that I saved it. I mean, I passed it on, so it's likely that I saved it.
Okay. And you did pass it on. Registrar, can you bring out, and you can put this down, MTO 15946. So this is a slide deck. And if you can go to apologies, Registrar. I am quite sure that the slide number that I'm going to reference is wrong. Just give me 1 second to make sure that it's right. Apologies, Mr. Moore. I believe it is slide number 11. So there's a reference to the Burlington Street traffic areas. Sorry, I'm just stopping here. Do you recall, did you attend the presentation where this was presented? It was the Municipal Road Technologies Workshop and the Mississauga Convention Center.
I'm sorry, where was it?
It was the Municipal Road Technologies Workshop at the Mississauga Convention Center.
I don't recall attending that workshop. And I don't think I've seen this.
Okay. Sorry, I was wrong. It was image 12 was the one that I wanted to go to. Thank you. In this slide and presentation, we won't go through it. There's a number of references to municipal SMA and provincial SMA projects. It references the Red Hill project, and it says city rates performance to date as excellent. Now, just to orient you, this is presented on January 29, and I haven't taken you to it, but you do flip Dr. Urzarowski's email to Mr. Dizenko before January 29. Do you know the source of the reference here? City rates performance to date as excellent.
I don't know for a fact, but it was likely in our discussions with Tom.
Okay. You can go to the next slide, please. And those are the friction numbers, is that right?
It appears consistent with the information I sent him, yes.
Okay, Registrar, you can close this out and go back to OD6, page 89, please. And if you can call up, actually, hopefully you can just read it, Mr. Moore, if you can call up slide 90 in image 90 in addition to image 89, please. And you'll see you flip that to Tom, and it includes that summary on the second page. So that reference to the city rates performance is excellent. Was that a view you felt comfortable sharing or expressing in December of 2013, January of 2014?
I believe it was. I believe, in general, everything I had seen to date to that point, it indicated the pavement was performing very well.
Okay. And I recognize you only have about 15 minutes to review this from receiving it and then sending it to your friend. Did your review during that period of time leave you with the impression that the performance, city rates performance is excellent, was an accurate statement?
I believe at the time that was my view, that the road was performing very well. So yes, I believe so.
All right. Do you recall how you sent this email to Mr. Dizenko if you weren't in the office? This is 2013.
I don't. It could have been forwarded with I don't think I had a laptop at the time. It may have simply been a mobile device, but I don't know whether I was in the early afternoon. This is sent before noon, and if I was off, I don't
You don't remember?
recall. No.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 96, please? And can you, actually don't need to call it out. You see at 2:51 on January 31, Dr. Uzrowski emailed you an updated draft report on the conditions of payment. Now we're at 6 years after completion, and it has a draft watermark throughout. Registrar, can you bring up GOL 2980, please? Pardon me, 2981, please. So this whole document is 120 pages. Just before we get into it, further to our discussion yesterday about your filing practices, you said, I think yesterday, that your practice was to save emails that had attachments, that you would just save the email and that you wouldn't pull off and save separately a document. Did you follow that practice in this case?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you save this document, the Golder report, anywhere in your M drive, separately from the email in which it was attached to?
Specifically, no, I don't recall, taking any action with this other than, simply putting it in the file for, it likely still resided on my email desktop until I was done with it.
Okay, but as an attachment to an email, not as a separate document?
Just as an attachment to the email.
Okay. And to your recollection, when you received it, you didn't save it in any of the other places that we talked about yesterday? Project-wise, N drives, S drives, nowhere like that?
As a draft, no, I wouldn't typically do that.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to the next image, please? So we'll go through, and it has a draft watermark all throughout. Was it common for Golder to send a draft report for discussion before finalizing?
Yes, I believe that any consultant report, that was typical practice.
Okay. Registrar, can you also bring up the next image, image 3? Can you bring them up together? Thank you. So the table of contents shows the 7 pages of the Golder report, and then it has reference to the tables and figures, and then it has the appendices. Those aren't paginated, but they flow after page 7 to page 120. So you'll see we have the field investigation, just looking at the table of contents, the results of the visual condition inspection, the coring and the surface profile, and then the FWD data analysis. So we looked at all of those in an earlier draft, and I think your view was you weren't sure if you had seen an earlier draft in respect of those aspects of the 5-year pavement condition evaluation. Is that right? Maybe I'll put it. Maybe I'll put it.
If I told you I didn't recall that, I still don't.
Okay.
Recall.
And then so what is new, at least from Golder's drafting exercise, is number 5, the friction testing, and then the analysis and recommendations. So we'll get to this shortly, but you had a brief call, and then a meeting with Dr. Uzrowski the following week. Did you review the Golder report, these first 7 pages? before you met with him?
I believe I did. Something in my recollection seems that I read this right away when I got it, because I had been expecting it.
Okay. Did you print a copy of all or part of this document for your review? Or did you read it in electronic form?
I may have printed the first 7 pages, but I don't think I would have printed out the appendices type of thing. It wasn't, like you said, it's 130 pages or whatever it was.
We haven't found any hard copy or electronic copies that have any of your notations on it. Do you recall if you made notations or marked up any copy of the Golder report?
I don't know.
Did you have a consistent practice about marking things up?
I don't know whether it's a consistent practice. I usually like to get hard copies, and if I had a question, then I would do that. But I don't know in this case whether I did or not.
Okay. So I'm just going to take you through what the rest of this document looks like. If you can go to image 7, please. Actually, image 7 and 8, please. Thank you. So this is, oh, apologies. I was talking about pages rather than images. Image 12 and 13, please. So this is the end, the last bit, and then the appendix A starts. And I can tell you, so we're on image 12 of 120. Registrar, can you go to the next 2 images and bring them up? There are pages and pages and pages of photographs like this one that are about the visual inspection. Do you remember scrolling through those?
I believe I did see those, yes.
Okay, Registrar, can you go to image 50? This is the second appendix, and if you can go to 51 and 52, please. There's many pages of these core photographs. You also scrolled through those?
I'd seen those before, so yes, I would have to say that I went through those, yes.
Okay, and then if we can go to image 67. Actually, if you can go to image 66, please. And if you can just scroll back, pardon me, actually can go to 68, scroll forward. There we go. So this is appendix D. I think I might have skipped appendix C. That one was short. It's about the IRI that we were just looking at. So there's image appendix D. This is the falling weight deflectometer results. And those scroll for, they're just charts and charts and charts for up to page 110. Registrar, can you scroll through a few of those? And then if you can go to image 101, please. So it's page 101 of 120 where image F is, and this is the friction test results. Registrar, can you bring up the next 2 images, please? So did you thumb through the report, read Appendix F before you met with Dr. Uzarowski on February 7th?
I believe I did.
Okay, you scrolled through the 100 pages of text that we just highlighted, and you read this one as well.
I believe so.
Okay.
I don't know with, scrolling through them is not that onerous, but they're just pictures.
Did you print out this document to review it in hard copy?
Not that I can specifically recall, no.
Okay. Can you help me with your best estimate of when you read the trade report for the first time? You received it on January 31.
I would have to say that there would have been no sense having a meeting with Ludimir if I hadn't read it before I met with him. So sometime in that week, I would have said that I read it or reviewed it in some regard.
Okay. Is it possible, with how busy you are and with their practice to meet with Dr. Uzarowski to discuss draft reports, that you did not review the trade report before meeting with him? Is that possible?
Given that I don't recall specifically, it's possible, but unlikely.
Okay. Registrar, can you go back to image 4 of this document, please? So we went through yesterday some of the earlier drafts, and I think at the time you said you didn't know if you'd seen them or not. So this is just into the introduction. So they go through the visual inspection with all of those photographs. Registrar, can you go to image 6? Actually, you can bring up image 6 and 7. They go through the asphalt coring, then they go through the surface profile. They go through the FWD analysis. Then they have some analysis and results from those. I think falling from those about the normalized deflection and pavement surface modulus. And Registrar, can you go to the next page as well? So I have 7 and 8 up. Thank you. I'm just giving you a chance to refresh the orientation of this report. I know you've seen it a number of times since. Registrar, can you go to 9 and 10, please? So they get into the layer thickness, and then the friction testing starts on image 10. There's some analysis on this that comes. I just, the analysis and recommendations. There's sort of 2 bits of analysis and recommendations. So you recall reviewing 5.0 at the top of image 2 on the right-hand side.
I remember that text, yes.
Okay. Registrar, can you call it that section 5.0? So it says that Tradewin report did friction testing using a grip tester. In 2013, you were aware that there were different devices to test friction. Is that right?
In 2013, I believe as a result of the discussions on this, I was aware there was different ones. I don't know whether I was aware that there was different ones when I asked them to do it, but
Okay, you weren't aware
as a result
from,
of this discussion, I was certainly made aware that there was different ones.
okay. So you weren't aware from work you've done in before with friction testing or authoring papers about differences in devices?
Yeah, I don't know that I may have been aware that there was different devices, but I didn't know that there was differences between maybe the results or implied results.
Or how they were correlated?
I'm sorry,
Or how they were correlated?
yeah, I wasn't specifically aware of that at all.
Okay. At the bottom, the last paragraph, it says the friction number values are higher. Sorry, it says, although the friction number values are higher than when measured in 2007, immediately after construction, between 30 and 34, they are considered relatively low. Typically FN values should be at least equal to or higher than 40 to be considered adequate. In the United Kingdom, for example, FN values should be at least 48 for a motorway pavement. Did you understand when you reviewed the Golder report that the numbers set out here from 2007, that is the 30 to 34, and the numbers in table 6 were apples to apples comparators?
But there was nothing to indicate they weren't. I mean, it was certainly my understanding that they were. I mean, although these numbers now that we get 34, 35, 39, and 36 are higher than what we got in 2007, I don't know how you could imply that they were anything but apples to apples.
Okay. And so just reading these very words, you understood that the 2007 MTO numbers had not been higher than 40. Is that right? Where it says between 30 and 34?
I knew that from the previous tables that I had sent Tom and read, and
right
from Ludomir initially.
And did you recall the issue of early age, low friction on SMA? And Ludomir had sent you that paper along with his email. Did you recall that issue around SMA having early age friction problems?
I believe it was my understanding. Yes, I knew that MTO had that issue with their SMA, and that was the reason they wanted to do friction testing on ours to, see what ours was and how it compared to theirs, and that we didn't have the issue that they had because our numbers were higher.
Okay, so you understood that the Red Hill numbers from 2007 didn't demonstrate or reveal an early age friction issue?
I would say that's fair.
That was your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that, or was it your understanding in 2007 that the Red Hill numbers didn't demonstrate an early age friction issue?
Oh,
did you understand that in 2007 or at some point after? I'm just trying
no,
to.
in 2007, my understanding was that, as Ludomir explained it to us, is that our numbers were higher than MTO got, and we were good to go. There was no further monitoring, no other actions that need to be taken, that our numbers were good, higher than MTO's, and that we didn't have that early age friction problem at all.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this out and go to the next image, please? Actually, can you have out image 9 and image 10? Can you go, that's 11 and 12. Can you go to 9 and 10, please? Oh, I think we're back where we were. My fault. Can you go to 10 and 11, please? Thank you. So this is the analysis and recommendations. It's the second of the two sort of sections that deal with analysis and recommendation. Registrar, can you pull out in image 10, the 3 paragraphs under 6.0? So just stopping here, you were aware from following the development of the Red Hill that there was an expectation that daily traffic would increase over time, right?
I believe that was part of the analysis that we did initially. Yes, I believe it was anticipated that it would increase.
But in fact, there was a more dramatic increase than what had been predicted.
I believe that's the case. Yes.
Okay. And then there had been 2 flooding issues in the early 2010s. Note that late 2020s and the early 2010s. Is that right?
There was 2 flooding events on the expressway in the lower section. Yes. I'm not quite sure when that was, but it was early in the life of the freeway.
Okay. In the next paragraph, it says in the design and the life cycle cost analysis, it was anticipated there would be some cracking, mainly longitudinal top down, that would occur and would have to be addressed. And that would have to be addressed at some point between 5 and 12 years after the traffic was opened, after the pavement was open to the traffic. After the pavement was opened to traffic. And then that resurfacing would occur in year 21, right? I'm just trying to summarize it for you.
That's what it says there. I don't know whether I was in the agreement of year 21. That doesn't, I thought it was more in 14 to 16, but I can't.
14 to 16 would be a full resurfacing?
Would be a normal resurfacing timeline that I would expect a road to, the period of time that you would normally expect that.
Okay.
Requirement.
The report also says that the pavement would require routing and sealing over time, year 3, year 9, year 15, year 19. See that in the last paragraph?
Yes.
You can close this down, and Registrar, can you pull out the next image? You can do it under the table. The report goes on to say, in fact, those traffic values, traffic loading has been quite much higher than was expected. And given the traffic load over the first 6 years, in essence, they're starting to see that longitudinal cracking. And in the second paragraph, it references that as being most visible at the end of the red hill that is closest to the QEW. And the FWD indicated that there was the subgrade was softest in that section. And then there is 2 paragraphs that have recommendations. You recall reading these recommendations at the time you received them? That's an easy yes.
I mean, I remember these recommendations.
Okay. So the first recommendation in the third paragraph is to remedy the longitudinal top-down cracking. It was recommended that the surface course SMA be milled and a new surface course mix be placed at select locations.
Mhm.
And in the next paragraph, it says on the remaining portion of the Red Hill, the existing cracks should be grouted and sealed to prevent the ingress of water and other material. And following the routing and sealing, it would be recommended that a single layer of microsurfacing be applied. So as I read this, there are particular areas where there's longitudinal top-down cracking that need to be milled and a new surface mix put on top. And then the remainder of the Red Hill, the cracks need to be routed, sealed, and then a single layer of microsurfacing be applied. You understand you understood at the time that was Golder's recommendation to you?
That's what the recommendations were at the time, yes.
Okay. And Golder also suggests or recommends that polished stone value testing of potential aggregate sources be tested in the laboratory. You see that in the bottom of that the fourth paragraph.
Right, okay, yep.
Still in that paragraph, Golder said by carrying out the mill and overlay where required and applying microsurfacing, the issue of relatively low FN on the Red Hill could also be addressed. And so you understood that Golder's recommendations of the mill and overlay and the application of microsurfacing would deal with the issue of low friction, in addition to dealing with the issue of the top-down cracking and routing that had been observed. Is that right?
Yeah, would also be addressed. Yes.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this and go to image 103, please? So this is the first full page of the trade winning report. We were just looking at that first page that actually had the device. And Registrar, if you can pull out the second paragraph under introduction. So the trade winner report references that it's a grip tester instrument that was used, and that it is a device used extensively by road authorities in the UK, Australia, and New Zealand. You saw that?
I see that, yes.
Did you take note of it at the time that you read this report in January or February of 2014?
I believe so, but I don't think it meant anything to me in any significant regard.
Okay. Can you close this out, Registrar? And can you open the first paragraph, call out the first paragraph under survey description? The trade winner report says in Canada and US, there are no currently directly applicable reference standards or guidelines to which to compare data collected by the equipment. And it says that the UK transportation authorities have come up with a reference investigatory level table. And it says, while not explicitly recognized by the Ontario MTO or other provincial transportation authorities as being applicable to Canadian roads, the listed reference value for different types of roads and highway surfaces provide an established and reasonable guideline in regard to interpreting the recorded data from the survey. And you took note of that at the time?
I don't know in what regard I would took note of it, but I believe the important part of that to me was that there was no standard, no recognized standard by MTO. I think probably would have stood out to me or did stand out to me at the time.
You would have read and comprehended the reference to the provision of an established and reasonable guideline in with regard that Tradewin was saying that in its view, this was an established and reasonable guideline to interpret the recorded data. That's what it says, right?
That's what it says. I don't know whether I agreed with it, but that's what it says.
It also indicated that the company, that is Tradewin, is responsible for the maintenance of the Highway 407. Pardon me, I misspoke. The company that is responsible for the maintenance of 407 also operates a grip tester that's owned by Tradewin. And engineering companies and some provincial highway authorities have also used the grip tester. And you noted, did you note that with interest, especially the reference to the 407 using this device?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how it applied to what we were doing or how it applied to the information we previously had. So, I mean, reading this without, it's one thing to read through it and know what's coming. It's another thing to read through it initially at the first time. I think it was probably rather confusing to me, given what
I'm sorry, I interrupted you, Mr. Moore.
no, given what I knew at the time, I think it was rather confusing.
Okay, Registrar, can you close this down and go to the next image, please? And if you can call out sorry, can you try that call out again, Registrar? This would be image 105. Oh, pardon me. I meant to say image 105. Thank you. And if you can go to call out the fourth paragraph, please. The next paragraph down. So there's a reference to the scrim equivalent values and an equation that's referenced there. This formula results in scrim values being some 25% lower than measured grip numbers. And so this information conveyed that that scrim values, that is information obtained by using scrim values, would be lower than grip tester values. You see that?
Well, I can see that, yes. I don't know what scrim values are, but.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this out? And can you go to image 4 now, please? Oh, actually, no, I skipped over something. Can you go back to image 103, please? And can you call out the second paragraph under survey description? Grip tester measurements are tested using 50 kilometer per hour. Were you aware of whether the MTO also tested at 50 kilometers an hour?
No, I wasn't aware of any of the conditions under what MTO tests or what their standards are.
Okay. Registrar, can you go back to image 104 and pull out the first paragraph and the last paragraph of that image, please? Oh, sorry, I meant the first paragraph under friction measurement results. Thank you. And the last paragraph of that image. Oh, we lost the call out.
Sorry, it looks like I can't do two. I can only do one at a time. It's on the same page.
You can't do two call outs?
I can only do one call out on one page at a time. Yeah. So I could do the first paragraph, but I can't do the bottom paragraph as well.
Okay. So Mr. Moore, can you look at this language? And it says, in respect of the link, The tested sections were found to be generally comparable to or above the reference investigatory level 2. And that this level 2 applies to dual carriageway lane sections on relatively straight roads. More stringent levels apply to roads, road sections near intersections. Registrar, can you close that down and can you pull out the last paragraph? And it says this about the Red Hill. The tested sections were found to be generally well below the reference investigatory level 2. Most of the length of this grip numbers in the range of 30 to 40, only a short section on the right-hand wheel track had friction values above investigatory level 2. When looking at the language that Tradewind uses here, do you agree that qualitatively, the Tradewind report says the link is meeting a standard that Tradewind was applying and the Red Hill did not?
I'll agree that that's what they were saying, yes.
Okay. Did the fact that a consultant identified that the link had values that were comparable to or above a particular investigatory standard, and in contrast, the Red Hill did not, did that cause you concern?
What caused me concern is they were comparing it to some sort of standard that had no application.
Mr. Moore, can you answer my question? I'm going to ask it again, and I'd like you to really listen closely to my question.
Right.
You can add whatever you'd like to after you ask my question.
Okay.
I'd like you to focus on what I'm asking, okay?
Sorry.
Did the fact that the consultant identified that the link had values that were comparable to or above a particular investigatory standard, and then in contrast that the Red Hill did not, did that cause you concern?
I'd have to say no.
Okay. So you understood that the MTO had found in 2007 that the Red Hill friction values were better than what they typically found. And Tradewind here is telling you something different based on the standard that they're applying, that the Red Hill wasn't meeting that standard. How did you square those two pieces of information?
I didn't. I asked Golder for an explanation. Why are we comparing to a standard that has no standing? How does it apply to our road? What does this, I don't know. I didn't know what a carriageway was, or whether it's the same speed limit. Did they have the same standards of care? I don't know whether they were extremely conservative, or even that at this time, now that I've understood that it was a different type of a way to test the road, the grip tester was different than the MTO, whether it was even comparable. So all those questions were raised in my mind when I read these paragraphs.
Okay, so I understand those questions that were raised in your mind, but did you come to some sort of analysis which would make sense of both Tradewind saying that there was the standard that they were applying, it, and the MTO saying that the results were better than they typically found? Were you able to look at these two things together and come up with some sort of analysis to make those two pieces of information make sense in your mind?
I believe that I had confidence in what the MTO had told us initially, and my understanding was the numbers were good. I had no other information that the grip numbers that were generated, the FN numbers that were generated weren't an apples to apples, and that they were higher than what I had been told initially was good. To be told now that, oh no, they're not good, you needed to be higher, was that was what I was relying on my consultant in Golder, and that's what I asked Ludimir. I said, how can these be right? How does this apply?
When you say how can these be right, do you mean how can the standard that Tradewin applies be relevant here if the MTO says the numbers were typically better than they had seen, and Tradewin is applying the standard? Like, your concern was with the standard itself and the application here?
That's correct.
Because you understood that the numbers that Tradewin came up with were higher than the MTO, and the MTO had said that their numbers were good. Is that right?
That was my understanding.
Okay. And that's all premised on this being an apples to apples comparison?
That's correct. And I had no other information that they weren't.
And it's also premised on not taking account of any early age friction issues that the Red Hill might have had. Is that right?
Well, I don't know that there was any relevance to the early age friction as a condition that didn't apply here because we had higher numbers. Early age friction is something that refers to low friction numbers initially. So we didn't experience that, as far as I knew, from any information that I got from MTO or Ludimir.
Okay. So you weren't expecting the friction to get better over time on the Red Hill as a result of having decreased early age friction numbers, and then those would increase as the early age friction issue resolved itself. That wasn't your expectation in 2007?
My expectation was that the numbers were going to do nothing but get better. It's just that our initial numbers weren't as low as what MTO would get with their mixes or their aggregate or whatever the reason they came up with.
Okay, well, I think what I'm trying to understand is, in 2007, did you understand that Red Hill had an early age friction problem, but it just wasn't as bad as the early age friction problem that the MTO had seen on their own pavements?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And with respect to your expectation that the numbers, friction values were going to continue to get good, you understand conceptually that friction numbers do decline over time, right?
Eventually they will.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this out? Can you pull up image 5, pardon me, image 105, along with image 104?
Mr. Commissioner, I'm just noting the time. I don't know whether Ms. Lawrence intends to carry on with another.
I leave that to Ms. Lawrence. She's aware of the time, and she'll have a good sense of where an appropriate break would be.
I am, Commissioner, I would prefer to get through this section of the Tradewin report, but I always recognize that some people focus on the time, and it has been a full 2 hours. So I'm moving to a different topic within the Tradewin report, and I'm happy to take a break now if
Okay.
that's your preference.
And why don't we do that? It's exactly 11:30, so we'll return at 11:45.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Registrar, can you call up image 104 of Golder 2981, please? And also image 105, please. Thank you. And can you call out the third and fourth paragraphs on image 104? And the second and third paragraphs on 105. Thank you, Mr. Moore. I'm not sure that this color is helpful because it's still kind of small text, so just let me know if you can read it. On the left-hand side, in respect of the link, 4 lines down, actually no, the first sentence, it says that the link displayed remarkable consistency when subdivided into 100-meter sections. And then jumping down, it said that the values range from 50 to 55 and from 52 to 60. This narrow range in friction levels is notable for a single road surface of this length and indicates a high uniformity of surface texture and pavement composition. It goes on to say all the areas of the road were above the UK investigatory level 2. In the next paragraph, it also references very consistent values from the center of lane reference test run. Did you know what that was?
Well, the first one is a reference to the edge of the outside lane, and I assume this one would be the center of the lane.
Okay. And it says at the very bottom of the second paragraph on the left-hand side that all the data from the center of lane friction measurements were well above the investigatory level. Then turning to the right-hand side, this is in respect of the Red Hill. And it says it has the reference to the full length values. And then in the next paragraph, it says the Red Hill was quite consistent, but it did show localized variations of 10 to 15 points over relatively short lengths. References the values ranged on the outside lane test runs were 30 to 40, and the inside lane was 30 to 45. It says this range in friction levels is not unusual for a single road length and indicates significant variation in the surface texture pavement composition along the extent of the facility. And then it goes on to say that the friction values were below or well below the investigatory level 2. Then it says that a close examination indicates only minor differences between the numbers recorded on the outside lanes and limited evidence of increased wear-related texture loss in these lanes compared to the inside lanes. So did you interpret this as Tradewin saying that the friction values on the link were more consistent in respect of the various segments than the Red Hills were?
I don't recall coming to that conclusion. I don't know whether that's accurate or not. So I don't, it's unlikely that I did.
Okay. You said earlier that you paid attention to the average friction values in the chart that Dr. Wizarowski had sent you. Is that because you're interested in the overall friction of a facility rather than individual localized variations?
I believe it's in respect to how the information was given to us initially from the MTO. Mostly in terms of the average number, I believe, which is what was referred to in the initial. So I don't know that I knew any different. I didn't know about any sensitivity or how close the numbers should be. I don't believe I had an appreciation for that, other than the averages.
Okay. Registrar, can you close these down and go to image 106? And if you can pull out that those paragraphs. So this is on the Green Hill and the Stone Church ramps. And you'll see that the average levels are comparable or slightly higher than the UK investigatory level 3, which is the one that Tradewin appears to say applies to dual carriageway roads that are near minor junctions. And it says that the Stone Church off-ramp is more consistent along its length than the other two access ramps tested, but considerably lower overall. And just stopping there, did you turn your mind as you were reading this to the differences in the pavements that were used on the main line versus the ramps?
I don't recall turning my mind to that, because I don't recall me having a question on this to Ludimir.
Okay. Can you close this down and go to image 114, please? And can you call out the 3 paragraphs under conclusion and recommendations? So the first paragraph just sets out what we were looking at before, the reference to the link being comparable to or above the investigatory standard, the relative consistent friction values in different lane positions and along the full length, and that indicates a generally uniform pavement surface, texture, and composition with limited variation due to traffic wear. And so just stopping there, those comments about the generally uniform pavement surface texture and composition and limited variation due to traffic wear, did you view those as aspects of friction that were a proxy to understanding the pavement condition?
I'm sorry, can I have that again? I'm just trying to understand the exact nature of the question.
Sure. So, and I'll rephrase because it may have been how I asked it. So there's a reference to the relatively consistent friction values in different lane positions and along the full length. And Tradewin says this indicates a generally uniform pavement surface texture and composition with limited variation due to traffic wear. Did you view the commentary about the generally uniform pavement surface texture and composition and limited variation due to traffic wear as being proxies or proxies for an assessment of the pavement condition.
I don't know that I recognize that in that terms. I think I understood that made sense in that the link had been resurfaced.
I'm asking more
in general
generally.
terms, so that it should have come to that conclusion.
Okay, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was asking more generally. And maybe I'll ask more simply. Did you view friction as one aspect to assess the condition of the pavement?
At that time, I don't know that I did.
Turning to that next paragraph, this is in respect of the conclusions around the Red Hill. And it says that the overall friction averages were below or well below the investigatory level 2. And it says the overall low levels and the variability of the friction values indicate a need for further examination of the pavement surface, composition, and wear performance. And it notes that in addition to the overall low average grip number levels, there were some localized sections with quite low friction values reaching 27 to 30 in several areas. And Tradewind goes on to say, we recommend a more detailed investigation be conducted and possible remediation action to be considered to enhance the surface texture and friction characteristics on the Red Hill based on the friction measurements recorded in the current survey. And so on the last recommendation, the MTO, when they tested in 2007, hadn't suggested anything like a more detailed investigation or possible remedial action be considered, right?
That's correct, from my knowledge.
And so the words that Tradewind used describe friction values in a quite different manner than the MTO had, right?
The numbers
The
are
word
higher, but
words.
the consideration of what they were is quite different than my knowledge of or understanding of what was out there.
Okay. Did you think that Tradewind's recommendations, that those lines that we just went through, for further investigation of friction levels indicated a safety issue on the Red Hill?
Not particularly. I mean, it's not unusual for a consultant to recommend additional investigation, but when you recommend something as possible remedial action be considered to enhance, it doesn't say anything to address problems or anything of that nature. If you want to make them higher and consider enhancing the texture is how I read that, but it all goes back to the assumption that against the UK investigatory level.
Okay. When you received and reviewed the Tradewind report, did you cast your mind back to what prompted the friction testing in the first place, being that high number of collisions during the September wet weather rainstorms?
I don't believe that it wasn't the rainstorm. It was the letter from Risk indicating that, doing something against possible future, but I don't believe there was anything. The actions wasn't taken against anything specific.
Okay. Did you turn your mind back to that, the back and forth with Mr. McClellan, where you said, we'll get friction testing done, and that should address any, the road was slippery claims that could be made in the future.
I don't believe so, because I don't believe that was the case.
Okay. So you didn't turn your mind back to that email where you said that we'll get friction testing done to address any issues about any claims that the road was slippery?
I don't believe I turned my mind. I was focused on assessing the numbers that I've been given and understanding how they apply. I don't think I went back to the other issues you're referring to.
Did you turn your mind back to the 2013 SEMA report that recommended friction testing to try to understand why the collision patterns might be atypical?
No, I don't believe I had that. That was my understanding of the friction testing in that regard. There's nothing that's been given to me in any regard that the whether accidents were anything other than speed related.
Okay. Did you go back and look at the 2013 SEMA report when you got the trade wind report?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. And I fear I've asked this a number of times, but just so that I understand, is it your evidence that you ever read the 2013 SEMA report?
I don't recall specifically reading it, but given the references I made in some of the things, I believe I must have seen it at some point in time.
Okay. But you didn't go back when you got this to look at why SEMA had recommended friction testing?
Yeah, I don't know whether I even had a copy with me.
Okay. So Tradewin here doesn't recommend any particular remedy, right?
That's correct.
Registrar, can you close this and go back to image 10, please? 10 and 11, in fact. You said that you read the Golder report and the Tradewin report before you met with Dr. Uzarowski, so around the same time.
I believe so.
And so we already went through this, but Golder did recommend a particular response that would have the outcome of addressing the relatively low FN on the Red Hill, and in particular, routing and sealing, and then applying a single layer of microsurfacing, right?
They've made those recommendations, yes.
And it's clear in Golder's report that those recommendations are to address the relatively low level of friction.
They're based on the assumption that there are low levels of friction comparative against the British standard.
Okay. And that microsurfacing would be the measure that Golder would recommend to deal with the relatively low FN numbers on the Red Hill.
In this case, that's what their draft recommended.
Okay. Dr. Uzarowski testified that both in the email that he sent you on January 24 and also in the table 6 in this document, that he transposed the southbound and northbound lanes, and that the numbers were correct, but the reference to lane 1 and lane 2 and northbound and southbound were off. Did you take note of that error? I can tell you Dr. Uzarowski did not until the inquiry.
That's the first I've ever heard of it.
Okay. Registrar, can you close these down and go back into OD6? and to page 99, please. Actually, if you can bring up 99 and 100 at the same time. Dr. Uzrowski's notebooks reference you in entry on February 3 and February 4. There's a reference to a telephone call, and he's made some notes. And he testified that, as was sometimes his practice, he prepared notes in advance to allow him to follow a list of things to discuss, and that the call was to set an agenda for an in-person meeting. Do you recall a telephone call with Dr. Uzrowski on February 4th?
No, I don't specifically.
Okay. Excuse me. Registrar, can you call out paragraph 260, please? Do you remember an in-person meeting with him on February 7th?
I can't say that I do specifically, no.
Do you have any recollection, even if it's not a perfect recollection of that meeting?
I remember meeting with him about this, but I couldn't say when, what the date was or anything specific. I know we talked about the report.
Okay. Dr. Rozowski testified that these notes in the notebook that are transcribed here, that most of them were done in advance. Again, that process, he had to sort of set the agenda. And he also said that the meeting started at 8 a.m. and lasted an hour. On that second point, was it generally your practice to meet with him at 8 a.m.?
It was a general, if I met with Ludimir, it was typically early. It may have been even 7 sometimes or 7:30. He was usually coming from Toronto, and it was easier for him to get there at that time of day, and I was in anyways.
You tended to get in early to try to get some work done before all your meetings started. Is that right?
Oh, yes. Generally, that was the case. 7:30 in the morning. Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall that Dr. Rozowski brought hard copies of the Golder report with appendices for you to this meeting? He testified that he did.
I don't dispute it. I just don't recall, but it's likely if he sent it to me previously in the email that he had hard copies to give me.
Okay. After this meeting, did you put the Golder report on your bookshelf in your office?
It may have sat on my desk because I was still dealing with it. I had an inbox things to do, so.
Okay. How long did it sit in your inbox?
Oh, I couldn't say.
Okay. So once it left your inbox, did you put it on your bookshelf?
It's likely that that's where it went, yes.
Okay. Are there any other likely locations for it?
At this point in time, it's still draft. No, I don't believe there are any other locations it would go.
Okay. But you would have kept it even though it was draft?
Well, we were dealing with it for a long time, yes.
Okay. Did you tell him that he should not have sent the report by email and only brought you a hard copy?
I don't recall that specifically, but the only reason would have been for blowing up my email.
Okay. There are a number of different items on this list. The first of which is the 6 years in the CTAA. Do you recall during this meeting that there was some discussion again about perhaps doing a paper in relation to the pavement evaluation project?
I don't recall the discussion, but it's not unlikely given that he'd now given me the report at which he was going to base that on. So.
Okay. Do you recall that he specifically went through the sections of the Golder report that dealt with the cracking and the coring?
I think when we reviewed the report, we went through everything.
Okay, I'm asking specifically about the cracking and the coring. Do you remember that?
I do remember a discussion and him, reviewing that in some fashion, because I have some recall of looking at those photos in more detail. I do.
Okay. And the recommendation that Golder had in respect of the cracking was the mill and the overlay. Do you remember discussing his recommendation on that with you?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Did you have any questions or concerns about the recommendation for a mill and overlay being an appropriate way to deal with cracking?
No, that's I don't recall anything, but that's not a surprising recommendation, and it's consistent to what we anticipated. I mean, in order to preserve the integrity of the perpetual pavement, that's a very viable and understandable recommendation.
Okay. Wasn't going to be a particularly cheap one though, right?
Absolutely not. But when you look at the total value of the investment, it's relatively cheap in terms of what you might have to do if you don't do it.
Right, because it saves the top so that you don't have to worry about having to rebuild the rich deep mix. Is that right?
The additional layers, because once you're into the additional layers, you're into reconstruction, and once you're into reconstruction, you're no longer into partial night paving where you can move traffic over and do some work or do some localized closures. You're into long-term impact on traffic in neighborhoods.
Okay. He also testified before the inquiry that he went through the differences in the friction values that Tradewind had found on the link versus on the Red Hill. Do you remember a discussion going through the friction values and how they were different for those roads?
I remember a discussion in that they were much higher on the link than the Red Hill, but anything other than that, I don't recall any issue or major discussion in that regard.
Okay. And you'll see on number 10 on this, he says PSV. Do you recall that he raised PSV to see testing that's polished stone value to see if there was an aggregate problem on the Red Hill, and that you declined? That's what that no is. Do you recall discussions about PSV?
In 2014, I don't believe.
Okay.
I don't recall anything in that regard on the existing stone value. No.
Okay. In terms of the recommendation that Golder had to route and seal and then apply a microsurfacing layer, do you recall if he referenced microsurfacing, shot blasting, or skid abrading during this conversation?
I don't, and I don't know whether we were talking about doing an entire resurfacing, or if we did do any discussion with regard to the microsurfacing would likely have involved my previous experience with microsurfacing, but I don't recall anything specific at that time. No.
Okay. Well, you understood that Golder's recommendation route and seal and then apply microsurfacing, that would be pavement rehabilitation and not resurfacing. Is that right?
Well, the route and seal, I don't believe I had any problem with. But microsurfacing was not something that we had a successful experience with on other roads. So I don't recall specifically the discussion, but I know at some point in time I made that clear that, that the microsurfacing was not something that we would likely consider as a useful and a good value for money type of treatment in this regard.
Okay. My question was Golder's recommendation to route and seal and apply microsurfacing. That recommendation, if implemented, that would be a pavement rehabilitation measure and not a resurfacing project. Is that right?
Rehabilitation. No, it would have been considered a resurfacing. Rehabilitation usually infers a deeper treatment, of more. You're rehabilitating more than just the surface. It's a different type of resurfacing, but it would be considered resurfacing in the same regard as a shave and pave. It's just a different type of resurfacing.
Okay. If it was just a route and seal, would you consider that a pavement rehabilitation? Or do you have some other?
No, that's pavement maintenance.
Maintenance, okay. Dr. Uzarowski testified that you didn't raise any questions at all about the UK standard during this meeting. Do you dispute that evidence?
I do. I mean, I know that the first thing that jumped off the page when I read the trade wind report was this reference to this standard that I had no knowledge of and never heard of before, didn't know how it applied, and that all the recommendations within that followed from the comparison to this standard. So it was the major issue as far as I was concerned in both the trade wind and their recommendations.
Okay. And you are confident sitting here today that concern that you had that concern in February of 2014, and that's when you expressed it to him.
Yes. If this is the first meeting that we had on the report, then that's when I brought that concern up, if not before, maybe even in any previous phone call they had in preparation, because it was one of the only major things in the entire report that just jumped off that made no sense.
Okay, and what exactly did you tell Dr. Uzarowski to do, if anything, in response to these concerns you had?
Clarify. How does this apply? Is this, are their roads the same as our roads? How does this, give me a further explanation. How can I, accept this and explain it to anyone else? How does the fact that we had good numbers, or numbers that MTO told us were good, that you told me were good, and now you're telling me we've got higher numbers, but they're not good? It makes no sense whatsoever.
Okay. I'm going to jump forward in time just a little to December 2015, when you and he have another meeting, and coming out of that, he does start contacting Tradewind and trying to get more information. And the inquiry doesn't have any emails between you and him discussing this matter, or you following up with him, until December 2015. Are you sure that it wasn't December 2015 where you raised this issue and directed him to undertake the information that you've just conveyed?
No, I'm confident it was in the initial aspects of the review of the report. It was the paramount thing that came out of the entire report. I mean, everything else was, whatever it was, but I don't. I don't recall anything else that we had of major regard in that in the entire report.
Okay. Coming out of this meeting, did you give Dr. Zarowski any comments on the draft report, either oral comments or written comments?
Well, I believe we did. I mean, that's what the meeting was. We went through the report. And so, I didn't tend to write things down. If he was writing things down, we were sitting there reviewing the report. It's whatever we reviewed.
Okay. He testified that you heard and understood the recommendation and were really on receive, that no decisions were made in that meeting. Is that your recollection?
I believe that's consistent with the review. I mean, we couldn't proceed with anything until these friction issues were resolved. I mean, if they were indeed what he's talking about and can confirm and explain, that we need now to do something, then what's the next step? But until that point, I'm not going to expend any funds or take any actions until I understand what the basis for those conclusions are.
Okay. And just so that I am clear, the mill and overlay recommendation, though that recommendation didn't have anything to do with sealing, that was spot specific recommendation, right?
Yeah, I believe it was, a couple of kilometers of work to be done, but I don't recall a timeline for those recommendations that, I'm not sure what whether there was any urgency with those recommendations, that it be done this year or next year. That may have formed part of the discussion when we reviewed it, that I was looking for a timeline, but I don't recall anything in seeing anything even to date that was the case.
Okay. Did you ask Dr. Zarowski to finalize the report?
Well, I asked him to resolve the issues with the friction.
Okay. And apart from the issue around friction, was there anything else in the report in respect of the other aspects of the now 6-year pavement condition analysis that they had done that you thought was not resolved and finalized?
Other than some text or grammar that I'd normally note, I don't think I had any problem with the others. I mean, any recommendation that was a result of the friction. We may have talked about the applicability of the microsurfacing. So I don't know, I can't recall specifically whether he was going to look at another treatment for that, or whether we just considered, when we addressed the timing issue, whether we were going to do the whole thing in light of the increased amount of traffic. We'd gotten 14 years of traffic in 6. So it's likely we had some discussion on that, but I don't recall specifically, no.
Um, he testified that he didn't provide a final report to you. Is that your understanding as well?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing a final, no.
Okay. He also testified that although it's Boulder's practice to provide final reports, his view was that you didn't really care about getting final reports. Do you agree with that?
Well, as long as I didn't pay for the final report. You know, the content is what we were looking for and the action that we needed to take. Making it pretty and putting it on the bookcase was, you know, something that usually followed as a matter of course, but not something I would chase.
Okay. You didn't send a copy of the Golder report or the Tradewin report to anybody at the city after you received it in 2014, did you?
I don't believe I did. I wouldn't forward a draft report that I had problems with, no.
Okay. You didn't respond to those individuals in traffic and Mr. McClellan in that email where you said you were going to go get friction testing and you said, I'll let you know when we get it. You didn't send a copy to them?
No. I mean, we weren't done. There wasn't something I could send them without clarification of what they were comparing to. So it wasn't appropriate to forward that type of report on. Traffic was aware that we were done when I advised them that, you know, we couldn't do the crosswalk testing for them.
Okay. So you did update Mr. Jacobson that there wasn't any good data available from about the crosswalks, right?
Yeah, there was no meaningful
Okay.
Information.
And as you received the Tradewin report and the form that you received it, that report didn't eliminate the ought to have knowns that Mr. McLennan had raised, right?
Well, until we're clarified on what we're comparing it to, no, it doesn't give any clarification to anyone.
Okay. And if you did accept that the investigatory standard was an appropriate standard to apply, the content of the Tradewin report didn't assist in or would not assist in defending a claim that the road wasn't slippery, right?
I don't know that. I mean, gathering information and having it as a baseline for use, I don't know whether it's in 2 years, 10 years, or 15 years, or simply, well, we did and we looked at it, and yeah, I mean, it would have been more useful to be able to say definitively that it meets this standard or doesn't meet this standard, but at least it would have provided some information that at least you did it.
Okay. So you said earlier that you didn't have much of a memory of this meeting, but it seems now that you had quite a specific memory of the direction that you gave to Ludimir. Is that right? And how do you? I'm having trouble with your evidence on this point.
I don't remember the meeting. I don't remember sitting there talking to Ludimir. I remember reviewing the Tradewin report and the issue of this investigatory standard and discussing it and saying, how can, you know, this report makes no sense. The details of that discussion, I don't recall, other than that general area of concern.
So did you understand that the Tradewind report itself was a final report from Tradewind contained in a draft report from Golder?
I don't know whether I knew that of or was aware of that intricacy at the time. I mean, it was an appendix provided to Golder as a sub-consultant. So, I mean, I didn't hire Tradewind, I hired Golder. Whatever recommendations their sub-consultant gave to them, I was looking to Golder to give to me and explain.
Did you ever follow up with Mr. Zizenko to say that the data you had sent him maybe wasn't as easily understood or as clear as you thought it had been when you sent it, when you flipped it to him in the email the week before?
Not that I recall. I don't recall anything in that regard, no.
Okay. On that point, and I may have asked you, but just in case I didn't, you didn't put any constraints on how Mr. Zizenko could use the data in the email that you sent to him, right?
I don't believe there was anything specific in the email.
Or at the charity event, you didn't tell him anything about how he could use it?
Yeah, I don't recall.
Okay. You didn't ask the MTO to come in and run their tests again to see if there'd been some change in their measurement of the friction levels since they did the test in 2007, did you?
I never had any direct correspondence with MTO. Any of the friction testing that was done on the facility was always through Ludomir.
Okay.
So who did it and how they did it, or if we needed it again, was through him.
Okay. And you didn't ask Ludomir to ask the MTO to come back in and do testing again in light of this report that you found confusing?
No, I just asked him for clarification. I didn't know that there was any further testing needed to be done. I really didn't have a problem with the numbers, specifically in my understanding of how they were used in the past in terms of how it was presented from MTO. So it was the reference, the single reference to the British standard that I was looking for. And I never got any clarification on its applicability or not.
You never got clarification?
I don't believe I ever did.
Okay. So if you accepted Dr. Uzorowski's information in 2007 that the friction was better than typical MTO results, and so it was good to go and there was nothing else for you to do, why didn't you accept the view that he put in his report that the friction values were relatively low and that something did need to be done?
It was, in my regard, it was totally inconsistent with the information he had previously given. Here's the numbers from MTO. These are the numbers they rely on. They're higher than what they normally get. They're good to go. And now these numbers are even higher than that. Oh, but wait a minute. Against some standard and from a foreign country, they don't count. It made no sense whatsoever.
Okay. You didn't contact the 407 to see what standard they use for remediative work, right?
Oh, no, I wouldn't have any contact with, I wouldn't even know where to start.
Okay, and you didn't contact Tradewind directly at any time, right?
No, not that I recall, no.
Okay. Did the course of your tenure at the city, up to your retirement, did you give a copy of the Tradewin report to any city employee?
I don't recall. I thought I handed out copies when I left. If I had extra copies on my shelf, I take it to the back and put it in the library. I mean, that's what I did with all the stuff that was on my shelf. Either took it to the library or gave copies if they were appropriate, or to asset management staff, or possibly to our quality control geotech rep. But
Let's hold that period of time and
Yep.
at your retirement for now.
right,
So up to the point where you're preparing to retire and you're purging your documents, between receiving this in January of 2014, and let's say April of 2018, before you start your purge, did you give a copy of the Tradewin report to any city employee?
I don't recall, but I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you discuss the Tradewin report or the results in it with anyone in asset management?
Not that I can recall.
Anyone, did you discuss the Tradewin report or the results contained in it with anyone in engineering services more broadly?
I don't know. I just can't, I don't recall any specific meeting or event or that I would have, or that I did say, hey, here's a copy of this in this regard, or any discussion during that time.
Okay. And did you send the Tradewin report to anybody? Pardon me, I misspoke. Did you discuss the Tradewin report or the results with anybody within public works but outside of engineering services?
I don't remember anything specifically, but when we started talking about resurfacing needs and that, the existence of the report and where I got that information from would be the only place where I would refer to, why we needed to do those types of things, but I can't specifically recall anything.
Okay. Did you send the Golder report, so the 7 pages of the Golder report, to anyone in asset management to assist them with their work of the preservation of the Red Hill?
Given it was a still draft, unless it was, for road programming, the fact that we got some IRI information out of it, I don't know whether I would have forwarded it on to them or not.
Okay. Well, I think you said last day that the analysis, apart from the friction testing, was all information that was useful and the kind of information that asset management might need to assess future rehab or resurfacing needs, right?
Right.
And so did you send the Golder report to anyone in asset management?
I don't recall. Again, given the fact that the programming of the resurfacing proceeded, there is information in this report which would have supported that decision. So did they have it? It's very likely they did, but I do not recall specifically giving them a copy of the report.
Okay. When you were finding the Tradewin report, I know, actually, sorry, I have one more question on that. I think you said earlier that the aspects of the Tradewin report, except for the friction testing, except for grammar and that sort of thing, were basically final. You didn't have any questions about those, right?
Not that I recall anything now that's, I mean, IRI, I wouldn't have any real comment on. The pictures, the cores, I can't think of anything that would have been that I would have had any major interest in or ability to comment on, or that, I mean, they're factual type of things. I didn't have any, I couldn't talk to the raw numbers from the friction testing and whether it was a 27 or 28 or a 34. It's just, what does it mean when you compare it to something? That was the only question. So I can't recall anything else.
Okay, so my question was the aspects apart from the friction testing, the IRI, the coring, the surface evaluation, there was nothing coming out of the February 7th meeting that was not final about Golder's findings on those parts of the project, right?
Well, given that I don't recall the meeting, there's nothing major that I can recall that I had any dispute with any of the other components.
Okay, and the mill and overlay recommendation that Golder made went directly to those, to their analysis and findings. So did you convey that Golder had recommended a mill and overlay to deal with longitudinal cracking to anyone in asset management?
It's very possible, and it's likely, but
you didn't provide the underlying Golder report to them.
I don't know.
Okay. When you received the Tradewin report and you found, I think your evidence has been you didn't understand that aspect of the investigatory level. Did you send that Tradewin report to anyone in the city to ask them for their input about what it meant?
I don't believe there was, that I understood that there was anyone else within the city that had any
So that's a no.
knowledge in that regard. So it's unlikely that I did.
You can't do better than unlikely. You're just not sure.
I probably didn't know. I don't believe so.
Okay. And did you send it to your friend Tom Zenko, who had some experience with low age early friction on the SMA, just to get his insight into it?
I don't believe.
Okay. And did you talk to anybody at the MTO who you'd seen at industry events or other things about this UK investigatory standard?
I was on several other committees, and I believe I had some verbal discussions with these, with some people at other committees. Have you ever seen anything like this or heard of this? And I don't believe I got any, no, don't know anything about that, can't help you type of thing. But that was just informal, at other industry.
When and whom did you speak to about this?
Oh. It's likely that it was shortly after this when I received it. I was on a Municipal Engineers Ontario Good Roads Municipal Asphalt Committee. And you know, it may have been at those ones or at another seminar given by Ontario Good Roads, but
Who exactly?
I
Did you-
I don't recall at this time.
Sitting here today, you said I may have done that. Do you actually have anything except for speculation that you actually spoke to anybody about this? Any direct recollection of doing that?
I do recall asking the question, but I don't recall getting anything in response of any nature that would have been helpful to me.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and can you bring up HAM 23701? Sorry, I misspoke. HAM 23702. And if you can leave this one up. Sorry, Registrar, I've now confused you. Thank you. Going to test our eyes. So on the left-hand side is an email in March of 2014. It's to Chris McCafferty and Rich Andoga, and it has the geotechnical, municipal engineering, and structural engineering roster assignments. Were you roster captain for all of those?
Geotechnical, municipal, and structural. Yes, I was.
Okay, and why are you copying Chris and Chris McCafferty and Rich Andoga on this? It says perhaps we can talk about future assignments at our meeting on Tuesday.
So, as part of the roster working, it was important to balance assignment values ultimately over the 2-year period, and as well as who was doing what job. As roster captain, I had the best knowledge on the capability of the consultants within that, and both Chris and Richard would routinely be looking to get geotechnical work done. Rick would look for preliminary geotechnical information for subgrades for roads, their condition, depths of pavement, and Chris would routinely be looking for pavement recommendations and subgrade condition for design assignments. So to coordinate those, that's for geotech, but Chris would also use structures and road design. So it was routine to meet with staff that were asking for assignments so that we could coordinate coming forward in the year. Given that's in March, that's a time when we're starting to look for additional future assignments.
Registrar, thank you for your attempts to call out the document a bit. I don't think that's going to work. Can you close it out, and can you call out the column that is staff contact? And if this is not going to work, perhaps we'll get you. There we go. I don't know how it's that. It's a column rather than a row right there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this is going to. Oh, well, something. I don't know if this is going to be workable, but I looked through these, and this is the staff contact. Am I correct that these are the individuals who are most who are the staff contact for the consultant. They're the project managers, if you will.
They would be the ones that requested the assignment in the first place, that set the scope and contacted the consultant to do the work, yes.
Registrar, you can close that down. And if you can go to image 3, please. And if you can call out the 5 lines under Golder. So you'll see your staff contact is here. I don't see any you listed as staff contact for any of the other geotechnical roster assignments. And I think we spoke about that last time. Again, this is just 2014, but I think you said that you couldn't recall any examples of being the staff contact or the project manager with any other consultant. Does that bit of information refresh your memory or help you clarify that evidence?
If you could make it just a little bigger so that I could see what those were.
Sure. So this is the Golder assignment. And really my question was, perhaps I raised these, oh, perfect, too prematurely, but apart from these where you are listed as G. Moore, all of the other staff that are listed are other people. And I was wondering if that might assist you with clarifying the evidence you gave last day about whether you were the project manager or staff consultant on other geotechnical roster assignments. And I was asking for overtime, so it might not be helpful. I just wanted to give you that as a.
Now, these are all the 213. These are the.
But these are the only ones that I can see in geotechnical.
Right.
Okay, and that's right. You think these Golder assignments are the only ones where you are actively engaged for geotechnical?
Yes.
Okay. So here you'll see that there's a number of things. What's not coming up is that this is all reference to Golder. So these are the projects. And it says the pavement, the first one, the Red Hill Pavement Condition Investigation Report, that is listed as complete. And then the last one is the pavement skid testing, performance friction testing is listed as started. So you'll recall that the 5-year condition report was you assigned that to the roster first, and then you sort of piggybacked, or Golder added in the later friction testing assignment into that report.
Right.
So in terms of the reference to complete versus started, does that deal with the substance of the project or the spend of the project?
More to do with the spend.
Okay. And at this point, I'm not going to take you to it, but the city had been invoiced for about $4,000 for that skid testing performance. And is that why it says it's started but not completed? Because there's more possible spend?
Yeah, as of January 3rd, we may not have had any invoice to date.
All right, can you close this down? Just before I move, and you can close that down too. Just before I move on to another topic, Chris McCafferty, I think you said he would sometimes be looking for pavement assignments on geotechnical. Did you ever discuss the Tradewin report or the friction testing that Tradewin did with him?
I don't believe so, because his scope was all of the other roadways within there was the typical road program. So I don't believe I would have discussed it with him.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up OD6, page 125 and 126, please? Do you recall a crossover collision on the link that resulted in a fatality in October of 2014?
Is this the one in the area of Dartnell Road or?
It was the one that occurred on the link. There was several crossover collisions over time.
Yeah, I don't know which one or what the conditions of this one were.
I just wanted to know if you recalled it in 2014.
Not specifically, no.
Okay. So there's some back and forth within operations. There might be a legitimate problem with the link collision data. And the public is reaching out to counselors about this fatal collision on the link with suggestions that a medium barrier might be appropriate. And some of this commentary gets forwarded to you. Registrar, can you pull out 357 at the bottom of 126, please? And this is your response to some of the back and forth, and in particular to a suggestion about from the member of the public to the counselor about medium barriers. Is it fair to say that you were of the view in 2014 that medium barriers would be very expensive?
Well, it's not a view, it was a fact.
Okay. And were you also of the view that they would not necessarily reduce fatalities or serious injuries?
I believe I was under the opinion that it would simply change the type of collision. Whether you're going to have a different collision with a barrier, depending on the type of barriers put in. So you always have to take that assessment into consideration with barriers. And
okay, and where in your view there wasn't a very clear benefit to the reduction of fatalities or serious injuries, it wouldn't be worth the money to do a very expensive project to install them. Was that your opinion?
no, I mean, that's not my, all I can provide is the facts. It's going to be very expensive. I know from experience and in discussions is that barriers change the nature of the collisions that are going to happen. But, you know, whether there's the benefit or not, that's up to council and the discussion that's provided to them.
Okay. And did you continue to hold that general view that barriers sorry, I want to make sure I get your language right. Change the collisions that are going to happen. Did you maintain that position throughout your time at the city up till March of 2018?
I mean, it's not a position; it's a fact of road design and taking into account what they do. So I mean, it's not a view or an opinion.
Okay, so it didn't change your
it didn't change.
your
No.
assessment of that did not change and up to your.
I wasn't made aware that anything other than that was true.
Okay. Mr. Commissioner, I see it's 1 o'clock, which is time for our lunch break. And I'm moving on to another topic. So I think it's an opportune time to do that.
Okay, that's fine. Let's return, take our lunch break. We'll stand adjourned until 2:15.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. Registrar, can you bring up OD6, page 130 and 131, please? And if you can call out paragraph 372. Thank you. Mr. Moore, in December of 2014, the OHMPA, which is the Ontario Hot Mix Producers Association, is that right?
Yeah, yes. Terra Hot Mix Producers Association, yes.
They posted a video to their YouTube channel, and it features you in an interview about the link and the Red Hill. And it in the back, I'm not going to take you to the actual video, but in the background, you're sitting outside and it looks like a very nice day. Do you recall when this interview was filmed, roughly?
I believe it was July or August of that same year. It was up at Dundurn Park, the Dundurn Castle in the park there.
You didn't receive any compensation for this interview, did you?
No, I did not.
So you'll see, we've just excerpted the portion that related to the roadways, and it introduces you, and you talk in the second call out about the Red Hill in particular, and you say it's perpetual pavement, it's unique, and then in the next quote, we're under GM, it says perpetual pavement gave us that advantage to be able to do resurfacings we could do at night with very little impact on traffic to keep it serviced over a long period of time. And you spoke a little bit about that this morning, Mr. Moore. You go on to say, we did use the super paved mixes on it, which gave us a lot of choice, and ultimately chose SMA on the top layer. And you say that technology was very helpful for us for the skid resistance and the noise and the ability to channel away the water and reduce the spray. The narrator then says, it's been 9 years since the Parkway's opened, and how has the asphalt worked out, Gary? And you said, it's working out very well. Did you have any concerns about the comments, first the reference to skid resistance as one of the reasons that SMA was helpful to you, given the commentary that you had reviewed in the Tradewind report?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, the SMA, I mean, all 4 of those things are applicable for SMA. It's on the MTO's list for high friction pavements. And the noise was important to us from the EA point of view, as well as its ability to channel away the water and reduce the spray. So all those things were important.
Okay, and even the fact that you referenced skid resistance there, you didn't have any concerns coming out of the Tradewind report about making that statement?
No, this was back, like I said, in July of 14. The information I still had at that time was that it was performing. The numbers that we had showed it higher. I still hadn't received any other indication that it wasn't performing from my consultant. So I had, there was no advance notice of these questions. So this is an off the cuff response to the best of my ability sitting in a park at the time.
Okay. Registrar, can you close these down and go to page 136, paragraph 392? Sorry, if you can call up 137 as well. No, pardon me. Never mind. Registrar just went at 392. Thank you. So, Mr. Morrell, I'll just explain the context that leads to this back and forth. The traffic engineering group is installing cat's eyes coming out of the recommendations from the 2013 SEMA report and the staff report. And there's some back and forth about how big the cuts need to be to make those installations. And MTO says it needs to be 5 feet rather than 4 feet. And there's some back and forth with you about this. And then you provide this response to Mr. Ferguson. Do you remember this email exchange?
I do.
You knew that cat's eyes were recommended in the SEMA report. Is that right?
I do recall that.
Okay, so why were you questioning the need for reflectors?
I wasn't questioning the need for reflectors. I was questioning the fact that they were cutting into the pavement extensively to put them in. I guess when I seen cat's eyes, I was thinking they were surface mounted features at the time. Didn't really understand that they were going to require a 5 foot long by 4 inch or 5 inch wide cut into the surface of the pavement, which is almost the depth of the surface course. So it really has an impact. It's one thing when you design the surface course for these to be installed, because it's likely that you'd make the surface course deeper. It's another thing to retroactively install these into something that's never anticipated these. That was my concern.
Okay. What you said was, okay, but when the pavement fails prematurely because of these cuts, I'll be asking you to provide an explanation about this need for both the reflectors and the cuts. Do you agree, looking at this email today, that your tone in it is somewhat confrontational?
I'd have to see all the rest of the correspondence and see how I was being replied to make a full. I mean, just to pick this out of the blue and say it was confrontational, I can't provide a comment on that.
Okay. Why were you personally involved in this exchange as opposed to a project manager in engineering services?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. Can you go to the next page, please? And if you can bring out 396, please. So this is an email that you're not copied on. It follows from some back and forth among the traffic operations and engineering staff about your commentary in that email that we just looked at. And Mr. White replied to Mr. Mader and said, has anyone told him we're doing the collision crossover study with SEMA? He's going to react when he finds out. Did anyone ever tell you that traffic operations and engineering staff were worried that you were going to react badly to the retainer of consultants to address the safety of the Red Hill or the link?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know why I would, or why they would care.
To the extent that you had a view about medium barriers, did you think that it was a good use of resources for SEMA to be paid to do a study about collision crossovers?
I don't know that I would have wasn't up to me. I had nothing to do with that discussion or whether they should investigate that or not. I'm sure they got direction from council to investigate that, or they used their judgment that it was necessary in order to deal with whatever questions they'd been asked by committee or council to deal with.
Thank you. I wasn't asking about whether you had authority to make these comments. I was asking, did you have a view about whether medium barriers, whether it would be a good use of resources for SEMA to do a study about collision crossovers?
No, I wouldn't have an opinion on that.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this out? And could you pull up 138 along with 137, please? Sorry, page 138. Thank you. And you can see on the bottom of the first page and onto the second in paragraph 398, you left Dr. I can call this out if you're having, if you
No, it's good.
Okay.
Good. Yep.
You left him a voicemail and there was no context. And his note in his notebook says on the same date, Gary Moore, RHVP 6 years later. Do you have any recollection of what the message was or what the purpose of that call was?
I don't have a recollection of what I would be calling him in regard to.
Okay. Apart from your evidence about asking Dr. Wizarowski to go do more assessment about the trade wind analysis, was the rest of the 6-year project entirely complete from Golder's side by January of 2015?
I don't know. I couldn't say. I don't know what revisions I had made on the original review and whether they made them or not. So I couldn't say.
Okay, but we did speak this morning, and I think your evidence was that there was nothing in the other aspects of Golder's work that you had any concern with or that you had any issue with. I think your evidence was that those aspects were final.
But I believe I said that there was nothing major that I can recall that we discussed in those aspects. There was likely, as there was typically in the reports, small clarifications or grammar or even spelling that may have been required.
Okay, but sitting here today, you can't remember either way? No,
I can't.
Okay, and if Dr. Wizarowski said there wasn't anything else and he viewed himself that at least that aspect of the work to be done, would you dispute that?
I couldn't dispute it either way.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this out. So I'm going to turn now to some questions that in 2015 that lead to the 2015 SEMA report, which is what we call the report that SEMA did in respect of the Red Hill. There actually ends up being 2 reports that go to Public Works Committee. One is about the link and one is about the Red Hill, just to orient you. The 2015 SEMA report on the Red Hill had its origins in a crossover collision on the Red Hill that killed 2 young women on May 5, 2015. Do you recall being aware of that crossover collision when it occurred?
I do.
It was fairly high profile.
Yes, it was.
Registrar, can you bring up OD7, page 7, please? Could you also bring up page 8 on the next image, please? So you'll see in paragraph 16, a communications officer is dealing with requests about for interviews because of this high profile collision, and says, given the recent collision and those in the past summer calling for there to be a barrier between the 2 lanes, do you recall that this crossover collision brought again to the forefront of the public's mind the idea of barriers.
I believe it did. I don't specifically recall.
Okay.
You know,
So in paragraph 18, you, excuse me, you reply to the communications officer who's trying to assess whether to agree to an interview. And you say, I'm not in today. It would have to be someone from traffic, but any message should include the safety record for the link and the Red Hill. There's almost 100,000 vehicles a day that travel, and the overall safety record is very good, except for a few very fortunate incidents. What was that just your perception of the safety record on the link and the Red Hill? That the overall safety record is very good?
I believe so. I mean, other than there were 100,000 vehicles a day on the link, I know, and other than these very few tragic incidents on the crossover depths, I wasn't aware of any other information.
Okay, so there was no particular report or set of data that you were thinking about to ground that comment?
No.
Okay. Registrar, can you call up page 10 of this document, please? So Councillor Connolly initiated a motion, and the motion you'll see in 29. Registrar, can you pull that out? So that staff be directed to investigate additional safety measures for the Red Hill on the link, such as additional guardrails, lighting, lane markings, and other means to help prevent further fatalities and serious injuries, and to report with recommendations by December 7, 2015. You can close that out. Mr. Moore, do you remember receiving notice or information that PwC had taken this motion, passed this motion?
If it was at the Public Works meeting, it's likely that I attended.
This was a significant meeting. It's on the heels just a week after the death of these two young women. Do you remember attending that meeting?
I seem to recall, I think I was, but
okay. Registrar, can you bring up page 11, please? So this is the motion. We're at the point in time the motion is going to be added to the agenda. Mr. Mader and Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Lupton loop you into an email about the drafting. And at paragraph 32, you say the motion is fine. Registrar, can you pull out paragraph 32, please? What was the basis of your cost estimate in this reply? Is it back of the envelope?
Well, I was aware, guide rail runs about $150 a meter to install. So $150,000 per kilometer. If you're doing it the length of the link and the Red Hill, that's 22 kilometers times 2. So I don't need an envelope to do it. I can do it in my head because I'm quite aware of these costs and numbers and lengths.
Okay. And you say put up a guide rail and you'll have an immediate damage to the car, as well as the possibility of redirecting the car back into the traveled lanes. I think earlier today you spoke about how it might change the nature of the injuries, but it wouldn't necessarily prevent the injuries. Is that what you meant? That's
correct.
You also say not a simple answer, especially when you add in this speed profile issue. Did you understand that there was a speeding issue on the Red Hill?
I believe at this time I was aware, or it was my from some point that there was speed issues. I believe there was other council reports that referred to the speed problem on the facility.
Okay. Was it your view at this period of time in May of 2015 that the Red Hill and the Link had been designed correctly and that the issue leading to these accidents was speeding drivers?
Well, yes, I believe the design was appropriate. I mean, with all of the involvement of every consultant that we had along the way, the extensive public consultation, the involvement of the MTO throughout the process, I had no indication that there was anything other than a proper design on the roadway.
Okay. And the second part of my question was, and that the issue leading to these to accidents was speeding drivers?
I believe that was the discussion, you know, that for the prominent, especially on the link, it's very, very straight. It's not like it's tricky geometrics that you have to deal with. That I believe that was the problem.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and go to page 12, please? And if you can pull up paragraph 35. So traffic operations and engineering retained SEMA to do the 2015 SEMA study on the Red Hill, following from their 2013 study on the Red Hill and their 2015 study on the Link. Did you have any discussions with Mr. Ferguson or anyone else in the traffic division on their intention to retain SEMA?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you have any discussions with them about their intention to have SEMA do a full assessment of illumination on the Red Hill?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't recall any discussion with them or in setting this terms of reference.
Okay. I brought this up because this is an email, Mr. Malone, who's summarizing a call he had with Mr. Ferguson, where he said the answer is at the very bottom. The answer regarding lighting is not simply a no as it was previously. So you didn't have any sense of the scope of the 2015 SEMA report and how or whether it would include illumination?
No.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this call out. Would you have expected staff from engineering services to be involved on the project team if there was a possibility that SEMA would recommend lighting countermeasures?
I don't know whether expectation is the word. We would have been glad to provide that. There may have been something that we can contribute in that fashion, but traffic had organized a number of a whole committee on safety in the city, and no one in engineering services that had been included in that. So I didn't really have an expectation for a review of the Link or Red Hill in that fashion. We would be asked to participate.
What committee are you talking about? A Vision Zero related committee?
It's a community safety committee, something that reviewed safety issues across the city on all roads and operationals of those.
Okay. Would you have expected engineering services to be involved on the project team if there was a possibility that SEMA would recommend countermeasures that would change any aspect of the way that the Red Hill was designed? For example, geometry.
I don't know that we needed to be on the project team. I mean, we're always available to participate in whatever fashion. So, I mean, they did lots of studies that, you know, we weren't aware of, or that we didn't participate in on the quote unquote official study team, but still participated, or were still asked for our opinion when, you know, on certain aspects of whatever came up. So I didn't have an expectation that we would.
Okay. And do you have the same answer as it relates to potential countermeasures that might change the pavement material?
If they're capable of making those recommendations to council in the Folsom, and they needed our input and asked us our input, I don't know that it's happening. I don't think I have an expectation.
Okay, maybe I'll put it this way. As a matter of good practice in terms of collaboration with people who have the knowledge that would be helpful for a consultant, would it have been your expectation that someone from engineering services would have been involved?
I don't know about the expectation, but yes, it would have been helpful.
Okay. You didn't have any personally any day-to-day involvement with the work of SEMA during this project, the project that led to the 2015 SEMA report?
No.
Registrar, can you go to page, to OD6 rather than 7, and page 140 and 141, please? In March of 2015, and sorry, we've sort of jumped around in terms of time. This is now before the Red Hill crossover collision. The folks in traffic operations were preparing an update in respect of the countermeasures that they were doing on the Red Hill coming out of the 2013 SEMA report. And you'll see at the bottom of 140, paragraph 410, that Mr. Ferguson emailed you and Mr. Field attaching a draft of that update report. And this is for the June 15, 2015 PWC meeting. And then you respond at the top of 141. Sorry, guys, my only comment is I can't go to Public Works when I'm away in June. Please pick another day. And so eventually, we were just looking at the period of time. There's a May 21st Public Works Committee meeting. Registrar, can you bring up the draft that Mr. Ferguson sent to Mr. Moore? It's HAM 24142. And if you can bring up the first and second image, please. Just so you can see this. Do you remember receiving this from Mr. Ferguson and reviewing it? Sorry, Mr. Moore, you might not have heard me. Do you remember receiving a copy?
Yeah, I'm trying to do a quick scan to see if something jogs my memory, but I don't recall this specific report.
Okay. So you'll see that there's on image 2, there's a reference to modifying pavement marking and rumble strips, and it says to be reviewed and completed during future repaving. Do you recall traffic engineering and operations, to your knowledge, having any discussions with anyone in engineering services about their intention to say that we can't do this aspect until a future repaving?
That's consistent with a comment I made at some time with regard to rumble strips, but I don't know whether it was this one or not.
Okay, and you weren't involved in any discussions between traffic engineering and engineering services about how to frame the status of this countermeasure for this report?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up image 3 and image 4, please? Thank you. So this is the rest. It's a 4-page document. So you've seen it all now. On image 3, the image on the left-hand side, under the Mud Street interchange, you'll see that's one of the places where lighting was recommended on the ramps, but it's not there. But 3 down, it says install high friction pavement approaching and through the curve. And it also says to be reviewed and completed during future repaving. So I asked you earlier if you had any evidence that that engineering services had considered this countermeasure or taken any steps to consider whether or how or when to implement it. And I think you said that you did not. Does this change your evidence on that?
Well, sorry, it was the evidence that he gave, but it was in response to, I thought, a question earlier about that the inquiry did not have any documents that suggested that anyone in engineering services had considered that issue. So I don't know whether it's a matter of changing his evidence, but perhaps it's easiest if you show him the email in which this draft report was sent to him.
Thank you for suggesting, Mr. Letterman. I had put to him that the inquiry hadn't received any, pardon me, Mr. Commissioner, I don't know if you'd like me to respond.
Yeah, please proceed.
Thank you. So what I asked Mr. Moore earlier was that the inquiry didn't have any evidence that about engineering services considering the issue of when or how or what to do in respect of this countermeasure. And I asked Mr. Moore if he had any evidence to the contrary.
Right.
And so now I'm asking him if this changes or if he would like to reassess any of the evidence that he gave earlier this morning in respect of that point.
Well, I wonder if the missing question is whether he had any involvement, as was the case with respect to the previous item.
Sure, I think that is the question. I was just trying to short circuit it.
Yeah.
Mr. Moore, did you have any involvement in traffic engineering's decision to include the status listed here as to be reviewed and completed during future repaving?
I don't believe so. I don't recall any specific question, but I don't believe I was involved in this question.
Okay. And you said you had no comments in response to Mr. Ferguson's delivery of this email to you. Did you go and ask anybody within engineering services if they had any particular comments or views about this countermeasure and the status that traffic engineering had included?
No, if I had seen something in here that had been inconsistent or erroneous, I may have asked where he obtained that information and then asked that question, but I didn't need to circulate this amongst staff to assess that I didn't have any problem with what was being said.
Okay. So just to ensure that the evidence is clear, did you have any involvement either in advance of the March delivery of this document or at any point later, any discussions with anybody in engineering services about implementing the installation of high friction pavement approaching and through the curve on the Mud Street interchange?
I'd have to say no, because I don't ever remember discussing that issue on how we might do it or when it was coming up. So I don't believe so.
Okay. And would you agree if this was raised amongst engineering services staff, they likely would have come in because 1, it deals with pavement, 2, it deals with the Red Hill. You agree with that?
Well, I'm not sure about the Red Hill portion, but the it probably would have come to me about the question about high friction pavement, because the FC2 is already there. So I'm not sure what, they may have not known what kind of pavement they were referring to, or some sort of a specialized thing, and when in the future is, 1 year, 2 years, or when we come to resurface the entire interchange. So.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, can you close this out and can you go to OD7, page 36, please? This is a note. Registrar, can you pull up a note at the top of this page? It's a note from Brian Malone's notebook from the date at the top is August 6th. And it references a call with you. Do you remember speaking to Mr. Malone on August 6, 2015?
I do recall talking to Brian, but I couldn't tell you when it was.
Okay. I think you said yesterday that you recalled having 2 conversations with him. We went through one in 2013. This one was about friction testing. Does that refresh your memory about the conversation? Recognizing you don't know exactly when it occurred?
No, I mean, if you'd asked me out of the blue without seeing this, did you talk to Brian about, I wouldn't have, I remember talking to Brian, but I don't remember what it was about.
Okay. So you have a recollection of talking to Mr. Malone, and do you have a recollection that conversation was something to do with the work that SEMA was doing on the Red Hill?
Well, I would assume that was what it was, but I couldn't specifically say, yes, we talked this. No, I don't remember that.
Okay. Mr. Malone testified that he called you because his team at SEMA had found, for a second time, a high preponderance of wet road crashes, because they're doing the 2015 SEMA project at this point. First, they found it in the study area in 2013, and now again. And that SEMA had recommended friction testing in 2013, and that SEMA at this point in August of 2015 doesn't know whether the city had done friction testing in 2013 or taken action as a result of any testing, and he decided to reach out to you to ask for clarification. Do you recall speaking to Mr. Malone during a conversation in which he conveyed the background to the purpose of his call to be an inquiry about friction testing?
No, I'm afraid I don't recall the call. I do recall talking to Brian, but I don't recall any specifics.
Okay. He testified that you and he spoke and that you provided a bunch of information regarding the nature of the roadway, perpetual pavement, and SMA. And his notes of that call are in part reflected here, where it says SMA asphalt, stone mastic asphalt. And that you said SMA has high skid resistance properties. Does that refresh your memory about information that you conveyed to Mr. Malone during this call?
I'm sorry, where does it say? I don't know what I said to him. I mean, if we were talking about stone mastic asphalt, I would have told him it came off of the MTO preference for high skid resistant roadways, as SMA does.
Okay. Do you recall telling him that SMA has high skid resistance properties as a pavement type?
No, I don't.
Okay. He testified that you told him that the MTO had done skid resistance testing, and you'll see in the middle of these notes, it said skid resistance, MTO did skid resist test. Do you recall conveying that to him?
I don't.
Okay. During this call, did you tell him anything about the trade wind testing or any concerns that you had raised about the UK investigatory standard from your evidence earlier today?
I don't know. I don't recall what I gave to him or told him.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can call up CIM 0010018. CIM 0010018.
Sorry, Council, what is the doc ID without the zeros in front?
Oh, I'm sorry. CIM 10018.
Is it 0.1 or just?
Nope.
Okay,
Thank you for the clarification.
thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Moore, on August 7, you forwarded to Mr. Malone the email that you had received on January 24, 2014 from Dr. Uzarowski. And you said, here is the Red Hill friction testing summary, not for republication. Thanks. And unless you'd like me to go into it, I can tell you that there's attachments there, and they're the same attachments that we looked at this morning. They're the 2007 MTO graphs and the early age low SMA friction paper. Do you want to go into those just to refresh your memory, or
No,
you remember that?
yeah, well, I see that they were here. I mean, that's my email, so I don't have any doubt that I sent it to him.
And that it included the attachments. That's really, I don't want to have to go in just to clarify that.
No,
So how would you have found the January 24th email in order to forward it to Mr. Malone?
oh, it's likely in my email.
Under your RHVP folder within your email?
Very, very likely.
Okay. Is there anywhere else that it could have been by this point?
I don't know whether I had a Golder file for everything I received and sent to Ludimir or not, but
Either way, it would have been in your inbox, in your email folder system, not somewhere outside in some other electronic location. Is that right?
that's correct. That's correct.
Did you tell Mr. Ferguson or anyone else in the traffic operations and engineering that you were providing this information to Mr. Malone?
No, I don't believe so.
After you provided it, did you update any of the traffic folks that you had done it?
Had there been an opportunity or discussion, I would likely mentioned it, but if Mr. Malone asked me for the information and I forwarded him the information, that would have been the end of it.
Okay. Do you recall why you forwarded this information to Mr. Malone?
Well, I believe I was asked for it.
Okay. And in particular, what were you asked for, if you recall?
I don't know what I was asked for. Typically, I would send people what they asked for following a discussion. I wouldn't have sent him additional information that we didn't discuss without, oh, by the way, here's some other stuff. Here's the Red Hill friction testing summary. I assume that's what we were discussing and he asked me for it. I can't think of anything else.
Okay. So I take that answer to be that you can't recall exactly what he asked you for. Is that right?
I can't recall exactly, but this is consistent with what I would normally do in response to an inquiry of that nature.
Okay. So this email that you forward in the attachments, they provide that the chart that Ludimir had summarized from the MTO. They include the spreadsheets from the MTO. And then there's a reference to the average friction numbers in 2013. Do you agree that you, in flipping this document, provided a fair bit more information about the MTO testing and quite a bit less about the 2013 testing?
I don't know what I was asked for, so, I mean, yes, there's more information from the 207 than there is from the 213.
Okay. What did you mean when you said not for republication?
I guess another way would have put that was FYI for your information.
Okay, so you knew that SEMA was preparing a report for traffic operations and engineering, right?
Yes,
And did you intend to convey by saying not for republication that SEMA was not permitted to reference this information in its report?
I don't recall what the nature of our discussion was, or whether it was he simply had an interest and I just how he was going to use it. I just wanted to make sure that MTO wasn't this information. I just didn't want too much information out there.
Okay, so did you intend when you said not for republication to convey that SEMA should not reference this information in the report it was preparing for the city?
Not for that they couldn't use the information, or refer to the information. I don't believe, but I don't recall exactly what I was referring to in that regard, but
Okay. So at the time, you would have expected the city's consultant to provide a source of the information if they were going to include information in it in their report, right?
I put that comment in. I would have expected if Brian had needed it, that he would have responded and questioned and said, okay, but I need to put this in my references, but I don't believe I got any of that back.
Okay. And you said you wanted to limit you didn't want too much information out there. You didn't provide any limit on Mr. Zizenko when you sent him this same email and materials, did you?
I believe at the time Tom was working for this was part of an MTO project. So including MTO information to a consultant that was working for the MTO, I didn't have that same concern.
Knowing that he was going to be presenting at a conference, you didn't have that same concern.
Not when he was working for MTO. If MTO had a problem with the information that he was providing, that would have been up to them to limit that.
I don't think I fully understand why you had different treatment for a consultant who was preparing a report for your colleagues at the city than you did for a colleague in the industry who was preparing a presentation that was going to be presented publicly. Can you help me with that?
Tom was presenting on behalf of the MTO, and I was providing him with information that MTO had given us. The other one is two pieces of information. One, the 213 friction information that I still don't have clarified from Golder on its accuracy, and two, the MTO information that was given to us, through Golder as a third party. So having MTO given us information that, was helpful to the city, and then turn around and provide it for public information is not something that I was comfortable with.
Okay. And just so I'm clear, I understand that Mr. Dusenko, at the time that you gave him this information, was working for ACON. Is that right?
Well, that's his firm, but the work that he was doing at that presentation was on behalf or in conjunction with MTO.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and go to OD7, page 37, please? And if you can call out, actually don't need to call it out. I'm just going to refer you, Mr. Moore, to paragraph 109. Mr. Malone responded, and the reason I'm not going to call it out is because then you responded sort of embedded in the email. So here's the first email from Mr. Malone to you. And then Registrar, can you go to page 39, please? And then you'll see this is the email where it contains Mr. Malone's original email, and then your response is in red, right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
So you respond on August 10th, which is a Monday. Your early evidence today was that you'd asked Dr. Uzarowski to do some further work to explain the UK investigatory level 2 standard, or the level. At this point, so we're in August of 2015, you haven't heard back from him about that?
No, I have not.
Okay. You didn't contact Dr. Uzarowski before you wrote back to Mr. Malone on August 10th, did you?
I don't believe so.
So in the first paragraph, Mr. Malone says, just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, this is data from the MTO testing in 2007, as well as the MTO report on the subject. Am I correct that FN numbers of less than 30 are below a desired level? And your response was, only MTO can tell you that. They keep this info very close to the vest, so it can't be used against them in an action or sue, but it seems to be the case. So at this point, you don't say to Mr. Malone, I know I've asked my consultant to go get a bit of information about an applicable standard, and I haven't heard back. Why didn't you convey that to Mr. Malone?
This didn't apply to the 2013. This applied to he was asking about the 2007. And my question of Ludimir was the applicability of the British, I believe.
Okay, but I think what you said in your evidence this morning was you just didn't understand that standard. You understood the numbers, but you didn't understand the application. But you do have numbers in the Tradewin report, and those numbers do reflect a standard or a threshold that Tradewin is applying. Why don't you mention that?
This is the 2007 numbers that MTO provided, not the Tradewin numbers.
So you just didn't think that that information, as it related to the 2013 Tradewin report, would be helpful to Mr. Malone. Is that right?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So you don't suggest that that Mr. Malone reach out to Dr. Zarowski about this, right?
No, I don't.
Okay. You say, do you have a performance specification for the FN value you strive for? And you say, no, it's not a city specification. So here, that's just talking generally about a specification for an FN value. Why don't you there say, no, but we have friction test results. And those results reference a standard that might be helpful to you. Why don't you do that?
I believe I provided him the response that he was looking for. Do you have a performance specification? FN, we don't have a city one. And the FN value you strive for. No, that's that was the information I'm providing.
Okay.
I don't know why I give him anything else in that, you know.
You don't know why you'd give him something more than the very specific thing he asked for.
When I'm sort of replying in between the lines of his email, try to be concise and that he was looking for, but.
Okay, so in the first paragraph, the last couple of sentences says, I have also read that FN numbers greater 35 or higher are in a zone that would suggest skid resistance is not an issue on the pavement. And then in the last paragraph, he says the 2013 testing values certainly look higher. Are they done using the same methodology and tool as the MTO work and thus could be directly compared? So in respect of those 2 points that Mr. Malone raises, you have the Tradewind report that has friction values on the red hill on the link. It has a description of Tradewind's testing methodology. It has the standard that Tradewind has compared the friction values to. You have all those things, and I think you said earlier, all of those things are in the same part of your email where you found Ludomir's January 24th, 2014 email. So why don't you forward the Tradewind report to Mr. Malone?
I provided him a summary.
Okay. And then he comes back and he says, are they done using the same methodology and tool as the MTO look and thus could be directly compared? He's asking for more information. Why then don't you provide the Tradewind report to him?
I don't know why I didn't.
Okay. Instead, you say the testing was done by MTO both times, so I would say they're comparable. And we know just from all of the what we've done today, that's not correct, right?
That's totally incorrect.
Okay. You said before it's not possible that you hadn't read the Tradewind report by this point in August of 2015. That's your evidence, right?
That's correct.
It would explain your error if you hadn't actually read the Tradewind report and just relied on the Golder report, that you might have misunderstood and thought that it was the MTO doing the work both times, right? That would be an explanation.
I can't even speculate on why I would answer in that fashion.
Okay. Did you go back and reread the Tradewind report or the Golder report before you sent this response to Mr. Malone?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And if you had, it would have refreshed your memory that the testing had been done by Tradewind, right?
I knew it was done by Tradewind. I knew
Okay.
it wasn't, I knew it was different. This is just, I have no explanation for that answer.
Okay. Did you make a conscious decision not to attach a Tradewind report?
I don't believe so. I mean, thanks, Gary, much, but Gary, don't worry. I mean, other than the questions, he's not asking for any other information.
So you didn't, I don't want to do a double negative, but my question was, did you make a conscious decision not to attach the trade wind report?
I don't know. I don't know what.
Did you purposely provide incorrect information to Mr. Malone about the testing being done by MTO both times?
I did not. I don't know why this would come from me. It's just wrong. It doesn't. I don't know why or what I was thinking at the time or what I was doing. Wasn't my intent to provide incorrect information.
Okay. Did you not provide a copy of the trade wind report to Mr. Malone because you didn't want to tell him or give him information that suggested that the link's friction values were much less, pardon me, the Red Hills friction values were much less than the link's friction values?
I don't know that I made a conscious decision not to give him the report for any reason.
Okay. After this back and forth, did you update Mr. Ferguson or anyone else in traffic operations and engineering that you had this exchange with Mr. Malone?
Again, no.
Do you agree that it would have been better practice to loop in those who had the direct assignment responsibilities, those who are on the project team?
It would have made more sense for me to respond to them and tell them I'd had conversation with their consultant if they had asked me to contact their consultant and provide him with a certain amount of information. But since typically if I'm just getting a call from someone asking me for information or email from someone, I simply respond to them and provide them the information. I assume they would provide who's ever giving them direction that they had talked to Gary or whoever on this, and this is where we got the information. So I don't know that I found it necessary to tell anyone that I was speaking to Brian. It wasn't a secret, but it wasn't something I needed to do.
Okay. Is it possible that you didn't update those in traffic engineering and operations about this because you didn't want to provide them with a copy of the Golder report or the trade wind report?
I mean, they didn't ask for it.
That wasn't my question. Is it possible that you didn't update those in traffic engineering and operations about this because you didn't want to provide them with a copy of the Golder report or the trade wind report?
I don't believe so.
Is it possible that you didn't provide Mr. Malone with a copy of the Golder report or the trade wind report because you didn't want those to get back to your colleagues in traffic operations and engineering?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. And I see I've gone a little past our normal break time. Just a couple of housekeeping matters. I realized there was a document earlier that I referenced that needs to be marked as an exhibit. It's the email from Ms. Jacobs about being acting director on January 24th, and it's HAM 62857. And I believe that we're on exhibit 132.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Looking at the time, it's 3:20, and we usually take our break between 3:15 and 3:30. This might
That's
be
fine. Let's take 15 minutes and we'll return at 25 to 4.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. We're back. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, just before we leave the exchange that you had with Mr. Malone, do you agree that the reason that you didn't provide, or the reason that you said not for republication, was because you had some view that there was liability concerns in disclosing this friction values publicly?
I was aware that MTO held that regard to those types of numbers, which, yes, may have in turn led to a belief in that regard for myself.
And for the city?
Well, for the city, yes.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up OD 7, page 44, please? And if you can call out paragraph 132. So we're in September of 2015. The council direction to investigate matters on the Red Hill that led to the SEMA 2015 project was in May. And you may recall that the motion said to report back to PwC by December of 2015. And I think you said yesterday there's a long lead time for staff report preparation in advance of committee meetings. Is that right?
There is, yes.
At this point in September, had you seen a copy of the draft 2015 SEMA report?
I don't recall that I had. I believe the next one you're going to show me is my reply to Dave. And I don't believe I had seen that report.
Okay. You do definitely, and we'll go there in a minute. You said I wasn't aware. I'm just not sure what you were not aware of. So I'm just going back in mind as you are receiving this email from Mr. Malone that sets out draft recommendations that he says impact engineering services. At this point, can you confirm either way whether you'd seen the underlying 2015 SEMA report?
I can't. I don't recall whether I had or not.
Okay. So you say take engineering services off every line. Pardon me, I should pull up the document where you say that. Registrar, can you keep this document and this call out up? And then can you also bring up page 45 and call out paragraph 134? Thank you. So hopefully this will better help with directing you for my question. So you say under point number 1, you can take engineering services off every line. We don't do investigations. We do programming, design, tender, and construction supervision. And did you mean you can take engineering services off the 4 recommendations that Mr. Ferguson had provided to you?
I believe that's what I was referring to, yes.
Okay. And just above the point number 1 in your email, you say, Dave, sorry, I wasn't aware. I need to see it, and it needs to be discussed at DMT or at least with John, Jerry, and myself before it goes out. In any event, here are my comments. So the it there before it goes out, did you mean the staff report or did you mean the underlying SEMA report?
No, I believe it was the staff report.
Okay. So you didn't want to provide comments on draft recommendations without seeing the context?
I assumed that by that time it was a done deal, and this was just the staff report. So it
Well,
was
that's
the
what I-
staff, it was the recommendations in the staff report that I had the problems with.
No, I understand. And so you wanted to see the language of the staff report before you made comprehensive comments on the recommendations in the staff report.
Yeah, I mean, these are just excerpts that Dave sent me. I'd like to
Yes.
see the whole staff report in order to make comprehensive comment, but
Okay.
in any case, here's what I got.
Okay. So going through, and again, back to point one, you say we don't do investigations, we do programming, design, tender, and construction supervision. So if the Public Works Committee wanted to approve a recommendation report that included the installation and proposed budget for a medium barrier, would that project fall to engineering services?
Yes, once the quote unquote, what you're building is identified, then that would definitely fall to engineering services.
Okay. And similarly, the sheet rock cuts would also, if properly identified and approved by Public Works Committee, that would also fall to engineering services, right?
Shield rock cuts.
It's in recommendation B.
Yeah, it's work. Yeah, so doing that work, what do you want done? Once you identify what you want done, that's our job.
Okay. Your second point, you say, what is friction testing going to tell you if you don't have anything to compare it to? You had at this point the 2007 and 2013 friction test results. So you did have that to compare it to if you went out and got another friction test, right?
You could compare it to it, but I don't know what comment you could make. If it was a little bit higher or a lot higher, or between the initial test and the test, I don't know what you'd do with it if you didn't know what the standards were or how to interpret it, or, no one had any ability to assess what the number meant, even if you could compare it to something.
So this is about, my math is right, 20 months after you gave, you say, and you said this morning in your evidence that you gave Golder direction to seek out information about the UK standard. You hadn't heard anything back by this point?
No.
Okay. And we don't have any evidence that you followed up in writing in that period of time. Do you have any recollection about following up in writing?
No.
Okay. So you said just now, no one has any ability to assess what the number meant, even if you could compare it to something. Now, is your understanding that there's no one who was an expert in friction to be able to provide an analysis to compare two sets of friction data?
Well, I just waited 20 months for Golder to tell me what they thought it meant and got nothing. So I don't believe there was too much knowledge out there at that time other than the MTO.
Okay, so I think you've said a number of times during your testimony that you're not an expert in friction. Wouldn't this recommendation to get additional friction test give you the opportunity to go out and either ask the MTO to do another test or go out and get a test and then try to find an expert in friction to evaluate it for you?
Well, I would hope that you would know whether or not it's usable before you spent the money, the time, and the resources to go out and get the information, not vice versa.
So by this point, you know that the MTO has some process where they assess the friction data that they are collecting, right?
That they are collecting, yes.
So isn't it fair to say that there are some entities that use friction data and take meaningful information from that data.
But the MTO won't discuss it with you.
You know that because Dr. Uzarowski told you that?
That was my information, and I had not found any MTO along the way that would discuss it.
Okay. And by this point, you have never reached out to MTO to talk about any of the 2013 or the issues that you had with the 2013 trade wind report, right?
I don't believe so. I don't recall anything specific or anyone that I don't know who I would have called.
Okay. So you don't say at this point, we got some friction testing done in 2013/2014, and it wasn't very helpful. Why don't you convey that to Mr. Ferguson?
Well, I think that's what I said.
No, you said, what is friction testing going to tell you if you don't have anything to compare it to? You don't say, I went and did some before and didn't find it helpful. Why didn't you say that?
I guess I could have said a lot of things, but that's what I said. And I mean, it's the result of not having anything helpful. So it's the result rather than what I did.
Why
From
didn't you tell
experience.
Mr. Ferguson that you had done testing in 2013 instead of this response?
Mr. Ferguson was quite aware that we had done the testing, as was all of traffic at the time. They knew I did the testing. They were aware. I told both with previous email show that both Martin and I forget who it was for the crosswalks were aware that the work had been done, and their consultant had the summary of the information, so they knew the report was available and that the work had been complete.
That was what you understood at the time.
That was what I understood at the time.
Okay, so why didn't you reiterate that to them in this email?
I'm reading off a report that I've just been surprised with, that I don't know is going, and I'm giving them a quick off the top of my head. You know, before we discuss it, here's what I think.
Your last point, you say, point number 4 on the right-hand side, we have said over and over, illumination of the Red Hill or Link is never going to happen, so stop asking. The approval is based on no illumination for environmental reasons. It's unaffordable, unsustainable, and unnecessary. It would be an $8 to $12 million project plus protection, and then the maintenance costs. When you say, we have said over and over, who's the we there?
Staff.
Okay. And when you say, so stop asking, who were you suggesting should stop asking?
I don't know whether there's anybody in particular.
Okay, it's just a turn of phrase.
Just a phrase.
Okay, so you knew from the 2013 PwC meeting that led to the outstanding business list item that the committee did continue to be interested in lighting, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And when you say it is unnecessary, how did you conclude that lighting was unnecessary?
From the fact that the original design concluded that partial illumination was satisfied all the design parameters for the roadway. So necessary and desirable aren't necessarily the same thing.
Okay,
You
so
didn't need additional lighting, you wanted additional lighting.
So I think you've told us several times that you're not an expert in traffic safety. From a traffic safety perspective, what steps, if any, had you done to conclude that lighting wasn't necessary?
From a traffic safety perspective, it's the illumination design perspective that I'm referring to.
Okay,
Okay.
so
We wouldn't have installed partial lighting had it not been an acceptable design parameter at the time of the construction of the freeway.
I understand, but you're aware by this point that counselors have received complaints about it being too dark and feeling unsafe, regardless of how it was designed. Can you acknowledge that, in fact, there was a good reason to try to assess whether, from a safety perspective, additional illumination was necessary or not?
I don't think that was the point.
But I'm not asking about what your point in this email was. I'm just asking, can you acknowledge that?
So ask me the question again.
Okay. Counselors have received complaints about it being too dark and feeling unsafe. And so regardless of how it was designed, can you acknowledge that there is a good reason to try to assess whether, from a safety perspective, additional illumination was necessary or not?
I don't disagree that the assessment of whether additional illumination may have addressed those concerns, but the ability to install, build, or get approval for whatever that might be has to come to bear and has to be provided with any assessment of the lighting.
Okay. So would you then acknowledge that if a safety expert had concluded that the Red Hill was too dark to be safe, that the next step should be going through the process of trying to figure out how to make it more illuminated, even though that was going to be quite a process? Do you agree with that?
I don't know that that's the approach I would have taken. I need council to know what all of the constraints are going to be going forward before resources and time and expectations are developed. It doesn't make a good reason to build expectations that can't be fulfilled, regardless of how well they might be.
Okay. So in these recommendations, do you understand that traffic engineering and operations has hired a consultant to complete the SEMA report? You know that because you spoke to Mr. Malone, who at least gave you some information about that, right?
They're doing a report, yes, on the north, south, and east, west, yes.
And did you take from Mr. Ferguson's email to you that these recommendations were coming from recommendations that SEMA was considering in its in the drafting of its report? Did you make that connection?
Well, it's the staff report. I believe I understood that it's the staff report that's going forward as a result of that of that consultant report. Yes, I believe I understood that.
Okay. So when you are making these comments to Mr. Ferguson, is your end goal to encourage Mr. Ferguson to change the nature of the recommendations that he has set out? Not that they include engineering services on every line, but the content of them?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, I didn't have anything about the high tension steel barrier or the rock shields, just, you know, it's more appropriate, or was more appropriate, and was our practice that these type of recommendations direct the general manager to.
No, I recognize that. I don't mean to interrupt you. That wasn't my question. My question was really more about the content. Were you trying to encourage Mr. Ferguson to go back and tell SEMA that these recommendations didn't make any sense for
No,
you?
no, I believe I was making an attempt to educate Mr. Ferguson on what the impacts of these recommendations were.
Okay. Can you see how the tone of this email may have come across as confrontational to Mr. Ferguson?
No.
Okay. Registrar, can you close these down and go to page 46, please? And can you call up 139? You can just call up the section on 46. And can you also open on the right-hand side, CIM 99287? In fact, it might be. So you can see, Mr. Moore, I just want to direct you to what we're looking at here. On October 20th, Mr. Malone and two other individuals from SEMA met with you and Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White at 1375 Upper Ottawa to discuss the link report and the SEMA report. Do you remember attending a meeting with Mr. Malone and individuals from the city about these reports?
I can't say that I do specifically, no.
Okay. In this period of time in 2015, do you remember attending more than one meeting with Mr. Malone?
No, I couldn't say for sure whether I do or not.
Okay, just so that I understand your evidence. Is it that you can't recall if you ever met with Mr. Malone, or that you have a recollection of meeting with Mr. Malone, but you can't remember how many times?
I would say the latter. I mean, I do remember a meeting. This was up at Traffic Operations Center. I do remember going there for a meeting. I wouldn't have out of the blue said it was to meet with SEMA, but I do remember attending a meeting up there.
Okay, Registrar, you can close down image 1 and just leave up image 2, please. So this is in October. It's several weeks after that email exchange with Mr. Ferguson that we just looked at. Had you received a draft of the 2015 SEMA report in advance of this meeting?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
Okay, and what about a draft of a staff report?
I don't know. I don't remember receiving either or looking at either.
Okay. So you'll see that on this page, there's two sections. The first one is BM summarized findings and recommendations from the link report. And then after the dotted line, it says BM summarized findings and recommendations from the Red Hill report. So in the 6th bullet point from the top, it says discussion followed on the benefits / costs of providing medium barrier. Registrar, can you pull that at that bullet and the next bullet and the next bullet, the last 3 bullets before the dotted line? So you are recorded as saying that the benefits for median barriers will not offset costs, and that the current situation reflects the level of risk the city is willing to assume. Do you recall making that statement?
I don't. I believe that's a paraphrase of something I might have said, but that doesn't look like something that I would have said.
Okay, what would you said? It's a paraphrase of something you might said. What would you have said?
Well, I might have. I mean, I couldn't comment on the benefits because I don't know how they calculated that, but I might have provided an update or commented on the costs that they were carrying against that analysis.
Okay, what about the reference to the current situation reflects the risk the city is willing to assume? Did you say that?
That doesn't look like my wording. So I might have said something, along the line with regard to the design parameters that we used and the width of the median and the fact that it was in a zone that you could choose not to provide a barrier, and it was well within the acceptability for the chart that was provided, and that may have led to that summarization of that comment. But again, it doesn't look like my wording.
So you mean at the time of design, the not having median barriers was a risk the city was willing to assume?
At the
time that the Red Hill was designed?
At the time, I think we're talking about the link here, aren't we? Or is
Yes,
this
apologies, you're right, we are talking about the link here.
So the link barrier between edge of traveled ways is 13.5 meters. And when you go to the chart for should you provide a barrier or not provide a barrier, the 13.5 meters is provides you with the you can provide a barrier if you want to, but you don't have to provide a barrier. It's off of that nomograph. It's well within the area that the barriers aren't required for design purposes. So as far as I know, that chart never changed with regard to the design speed.
So Mr. Moore, my question was, at the time when it says here attributed to you, the current information reflects the risk the city is willing to assume. Is it possible that you said when the link was designed, the city didn't require median barriers, and so that was a risk at the time of design that the city was willing to assume? Does that sound like something that you would have said?
I don't know about the risk part, but outlining why we chose what we chose at the time and the design parameters that were available to us is something that I likely would have outlined.
Okay. Can you close this down, Registrar? And can you call out the 4 bullets at the bottom, please? Mr. Moore, you're attributed as stating that friction testing was conducted recently following standards and results satisfactory. Do you recall telling SEMA and your colleagues that friction testing was conducted recently? This is in 2015.
I don't recall telling them that, but that would have referred to the 213 testing that we did.
Okay. What standards are you referencing here? Following standards?
I don't know that I am. I don't know that that's my wording. In fact, I don't know what standards that would be. I wasn't following standards, some sort of ASI or CSA, or I don't know what the number or the ones they do.
You say results. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Are you done?
No, I'm done. Thank you.
You're attributed as saying results satisfactory. Did you believe that to be an accurate statement when you made it?
I don't know that I made it.
Okay. You think it was recorded here, but misrecorded?
Yeah, I don't know whether I was ever afforded an opportunity to review these minutes. And had I did, I would probably have commented on that in that regard.
Okay. So sitting here today, you don't think that you said the comment attributed to you results satisfactory?
No, I believe I would have explained, what I had received to date. And that the numbers appeared higher, and I had no other information other than the foreign standard to make a comment on. So I'm not sure whether that was truncated or what the nature of the discussion was.
Okay. So I think what you've told the inquiry over the course of the day is that when you reviewed the 2014 Tradewin report, you thought that Tradewin's conclusion that the results were below or well below the investigatory level didn't make any sense because the friction values in 2013 were higher than the friction values in 2007. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so if you said to SEMA and your colleagues, I got friction tests back and the results were satisfactory. If that's all you said to them, do you think that that would have been an accurate representation of the Tradewin report?
No, I don't think so. And I don't think that that's what I said.
Okay, so sitting here today, your evidence is that at this meeting with Mr. Malone and your colleagues, you went into it to provide context about the concerns you had with the investigatory standard in respect of the Tradewin report.
I can't comment either way. I don't know what the nature. It seems like a very short summarization of comment. I mean, and no other discussion, which is truly confusing.
Okay, so SEMA goes on and says, clarified that actual weather conditions occurring on the Red Hill may exceed typical testing conditions, and more rigorous testing could be undertaken in order to rule out pavement friction as a problem. So attributing that to SEMA, they're saying, no, there's actually weather conditions and that may exceed typical testing conditions, and more rigorous testing could be undertaken to rule out a pavement friction issue. Do you remember SEMA saying that?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so if they said that more rigorous testing could be undertaken, that would have given you an opportunity to provide all this information that you said that you provided to them about the investigatory standard, right?
I don't know whether one leads to the other, but it seems to me that there was some discussion, but none of this in here seems to be making sense. It's not my understanding that you can do more rigorous testing. You do it at a given speed and amount of water, and that's it. So I'm not sure what this is referring to.
Okay, so you'll agree with me that this does seem to suggest that there was a fair bit of some discussion about the friction testing, why SEMA wanted them, and what they might help to rule out. You agree with that?
I agree that there was some discussion. I'm not sure that person that was writing it down understood what the nature of the discussions were.
Mhm. And you think that you mentioned a UK standard, an investigatory level in this conversation?
I don't know.
Okay. So I'm having a bit of a hard time following you. But it says, and what's you're attributed as saying is that you said the results were satisfactory. Is there evidence here today that you did not say that?
I believe the witness has already answered that question several times during the course of his testimony.
You're muted, Mr. Commissioner.
Sorry, I was accidentally muted. Mr. Letterman, I'm going to allow the question. The evidence of the witness is very confusing, somewhat circulatory. I think as we close off this, we should be clear exactly what his evidence is on the principal issues that have been raised here.
I understand that, Mr. Commissioner. I think, but it has to be taken having regard to the fact that the witness has repeatedly expressed a view as to his inability to recall the details of the discussion. And so it is in the context in which he's answering those questions and responding to the propositions that Ms. Lawrence is putting to him. And so that's the reason for my concern.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I think we should be clear that his position here is that this summary doesn't reflect what he believes he said.
Right.
But what he believes he said has been expressed in a very elusive manner. And I think that Commission Counsel is allowed some leeway in order to try to ensure that we all have some clarity about what he now says he believes he said.
Very well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Moore, my question was that you're attributed as having said the friction testing results were conducted recently, and this is the point I want you to focus on. They resulted satisfactory, or maybe results satisfactory. Is it your evidence that you didn't say results satisfactory at this meeting?
I don't recall what exactly was said, but I don't believe that that's a correct attribution of what was said.
You didn't give or offer to give SEMA a copy of the Tradewind report in response to their comments here that more rigorous testing could be undertaken in order to rule out pavement friction as a problem, did you?
I don't believe so.
Okay, can you close this down, the call out down, please? And can you call out image 2, please? If you can call out the last 2 bullet points. You're attributed as saying that you prefer the term, quote, potential solutions, unquote, instead of, quote, recommendations, unquote. And the city will consider all required context to make decisions. Do you agree that potential solutions is softer language than recommendations?
I don't know about the term softer language, but it's more appropriate to address what they're providing.
Do you agree that potential solutions doesn't build in a sense of analysis, assessment, consideration, and coming to a conclusion? Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would agree with that.
You'd also agree that consultants actually do that work. They don't just come up with all the potential solutions and put them into a report and sort of throw them over to the city. They actually do, in their expertise, assess which ones would be appropriate and which ones would not.
But I don't necessarily agree with that.
Do you disagree with it?
I would disagree with that in that their potential solutions don't always fully address costs and implications that only city staff can bring to bear on the assessment of those solutions.
So my question was specifically about what you understood consultants to do, but I'm going to move on. Did you make contact with Dr. Urzarowski at all while you were having discussions with either Mr. Ferguson or with SEMA about the SEMA report to discuss the issue of the UK standard?
I couldn't say, I don't know.
Okay. Can you close this out, close out the call it registrar and go back to image 1? And if you can go to the columns at the top that say persons present and distribution. It says distribution to persons present. Do you recall receiving a copy of these minutes?
I can't say that I did or didn't. I don't recall. No.
Okay. If you had received them, you would have reviewed them and ensured that they were accurate representations of the comments you made at the meeting, right?
That was my usual practice.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And can you go to page 47 of OD7, please? And if you can pull out 142. And Mr. Moore, I had intended to put this to you before I asked the question about whether you spoke to Dr. Urzarowski during this period of time. On October 21, he made a note in his notebook, and then that says Hamilton meet, and then made another note that says Gary Moore. Does that assist you with whether you had any discussions about the UK standard at this time?
It doesn't, other than it appears that I called him for something.
Okay. You were working on other things with him at this time, is that right?
I don't know if I was or not.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this out and go to page 50, please? And can you pull up 151? So just as with the registrar is pulling up, if you can pull up the rest of it on 50, thank you. Mr. Moore, after this this call it, I'm going to take you to the comments that you made on the 2015 SEMA report. But in advance of doing that, do you recall in advance of providing comments on the SEMA report, if you had any meetings with Mr. Lupton, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. White, or Mr. Mader about the 2015 report or the proposed draft staff recommendations?
I don't know.
Okay, you say here Mr. Lupton says here, taking from one of Gary's comments from the meeting, it's sometimes how we say it helps put things in the right context. And there's a reference to considering liability risk within the city. Could you provide any assistance as to what meeting Mr. Lupton is talking about here?
If I had to guess, I would say it was in context to the meeting that we just had.
Mr. Lupton wasn't at that meeting, which is why I wonder if maybe there was another meeting. Just going back in your mind, do you recall any meetings that sometime around that meeting with SEMA with Mr. Lupton?
I don't believe so. I don't recall anything specific that I had with Jeff or in that regard. I mean,
Okay. So he says, we need to consider liability risk to the city with what we say and how we say it. We need to comment on what we've done. And is there anything from this, recognizing it's just a snippet of an email, that assists you in any discussions you had with Mr. Lupton about liability risk?
I don't. I think it's all consistent with what we were talking about for the staff report in the way that the consultant was framing things. So there may have been a secondary meeting. We may have comments from the meeting. I can't confirm that I had another meeting at all in this regard. No, I don't recall.
Okay. I want to take you into the 2015 report and the comments you made on it. That's going to be I think it's sort of a lengthy back and forth that we're going to have. So I'm going to ask you just a few more questions about trying to understand who you spoke to around this period of time. But just to orient you in terms of context, you did get a copy of the 2015 SEMA report and the 2015 link report, right?
I believe I did. I believe I remember seeing those reports.
Okay. And you provided comments in PDFs, in a PDF, you like sort of sticky notes, highlights in them. Do you remember that?
I believe so.
Okay. So we're going to come back to those details, but I'm noting we only have 7 minutes left for our day. So after making those comments, and Registrar, if you can bring up page 56. Do you recall, and if you can bring up 170. Do you recall meeting with Mr. Mader and or with Mr. Davis about the 2015 SEMA report or the staff report that was going to come out of that? Mr. Mader references that here that Charlene was working to arrange a meeting with Mr. Mader and Mr. Davis and you.
No, I routinely met with Mr. Davis and Mr. Mader, so another meeting in this regard doesn't seem to stand out in my mind.
Okay, but this is the point where you've gone from speaking to Mr. Ferguson about this, and we've gone through a couple of instances where you've had interactions with him. Now it's been escalated into the director and the general manager and you to have a discussion about this. Does that help refresh your memory about whether there was ever a meeting with Mr. Mader and Mr. Davis?
It doesn't. I'm sorry,
okay.
It doesn't.
Can you close this out? And I had sort of jumped over this when we were looking at it before, but do you recall in response to Mr. Ferguson's sending you those that email with the proposed recommendations, you say this is something that should go to DMT or to at least Jerry and I? Do you remember that? I can take you to it, but
I do recall that.
Okay.
Included in those comments.
Do you recall having a discussion at a departmental management team meeting about the 2015 SEMA report or the staff report?
I believe it may have been discussed at DMT.
Okay, what do you?
I seem to recall some discussion, and that wasn't unusual to review pending reports at DMT. I just not sure what the nature of that discussion, whether it would have been, well, we need to meet separate, because it wasn't something that involved all of the directors. So it's unlikely that we discussed it in detail at DMT.
Okay. Mr. Lupton testified that he thought he recalled meeting with you and Betty Matthews Malone, who was at the time in Roads Ops, and Mr. Mader after a DMT meeting, likely on October 27th. Does that help to refresh your memory about that? So it's like sort of a meeting after a DMT meeting?
It's very possible. That's typically how these types of things were dealt with. If there was an extensive discussion to take place, it didn't involve all the directors. After we were done, the other directors would be excused, and only those ones that were involved stayed behind to have a discussion. But I can't say that I recall anything specific in this regard.
Okay. Do you remember ever meeting with Mr. Davis and other directors about the 2015 SEMA report?
I don't.
Is that to say you're quite confident that you didn't speak to Mr. Davis about this?
No, I just don't recall the meeting. It's very possible, but it's quite a long time ago, and we had countless meetings about different things. So one specific meeting doesn't stand out.
Okay. What do you remember, if anything, about that meeting after the departmental team meeting on October 27th? What do you remember about the content of that?
Oh, I don't know that I recall the meeting at all.
Okay. So you're not sure it happened? Your evidence is just that if a meeting like that was going to happen, it wouldn't be unusual for it to happen after a DMT meeting?
It's consistent with how those types of things were dealt with. I don't know. I don't recall the specifics of that meeting, or I can't dispute it one way or the other.
Okay, but you can't remember the content at all of that meeting?
No, I don't.
Okay, and on the same page, on October 30th, Mr. Murray replied to, Mr. Ferguson replied to Mr. Murray as part of a back and forth. And he says, we had a meeting last week with John Mader and Gary Moore, and it was about the timing of the PwC meeting in which the report would be provided. I don't know if this is a different meeting, but do you remember meeting with Mr. Mader and Mr. Ferguson in particular sometime around the end of October?
I don't dispute it. If Jeff said or Dave said we attended a meeting, but I don't have any recall one way or the other.
Okay. Do you recall any of those individuals that we've just been talking about asking you for a copy of the friction test results at any of these meetings?
I don't specifically recall the meeting, but I don't recall anyone ever asking me for a copy of the report specifically.
You don't remember anybody asking you for a copy of the report specifically?
Not at this time. No, I don't.
Okay. And sorry, just so that the evidence is clear, I might have missed it. You don't recall if anyone asked you for the results rather than a copy of the report?
Well, I provided the results to a number of different people, or discussed them. I mean, I gave the results to Brian, Mr. Malone. So I mean, I did provide the result, and I did provide the report to to legal or through legal and risk a different time, but those are the only times I can recall being asked for the results.
Okay. And for a non-friction expert, results might just be like, is the friction good or is there a problem? Did anybody ask you to confirm with them that the friction was all good, that there was no issue with friction? Do you remember that?
Other than after providing that information to Brian, I don't recall having anyone follow up and ask what this information meant.
No, I'm sorry. And I know it's been a long day. My question was actually broader than that,
Okay.
but also narrower. So let me try to rephrase it. In respect of other city employees, do you recall anyone asking you for a bottom line sense of the results of friction testing from 2013 when you told a few people that you were going to do the friction testing up until this point?
I can't recall anyone asking that nature of that question.
Okay. And again, just for clarity, when you say you can't recall, does that mean that you're pretty sure that no one did, or you just can't recall either way?
I can't be absolutely sure. I don't recall it off the top of my head, but I don't believe I've seen anything that would indicate otherwise, but
Okay, and this is the very last question because we've gone a few minutes over. Mr. Ferguson testified that you met a second time with Mr. Malone and with Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Mader, and Mr. Lepton at the Civic Center. And that was after you gave him your markup of the 2015 draft SEMA report to go over the recommendations and the wording of the recommendations and to discuss the concerns that you had with them. Do you recall a meeting that would fit that description at the Civic Center with Mr. Malone and others from the city?
I believe he's referring to the city center, which is, where our offices were, but I don't recall a meeting of that nature to discuss that. No.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for letting me go just a few minutes over 4:30. Mr. Commissioner, it is 4:33 now, and I'm going to be turning to a fairly lengthy topic. So I think this is a good time to conclude for the day.
Okay, then let's stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you.